Here is a question for you. We're gonna record the whole bits with the with the arena builds that we investigated yesterday, and it'll be fun because I said so. But do we show every single build planner? I guess we do. I guess we show every single build planner. Just like load them up ahead of time. A lot of build planners. I may not do that. It is truly one of them. So, I was looking at this character off stream. And of course, because I like this character so much, I ended up playing this character off stream as well. Oops.
Stand down or die.
I have a little bit less attack speed than I did previously. But I also have more damage. Which is encouraging. Very encouraging. I like damage. Less attack speed, more damage. It also means I want more wands. Wands. I want some what's the word for it? I want like a 3 LP. Is that too greedy of me? Here's the thing with the 3 LP.
Stand down or
If
die.
I go for a 3 LP, or maybe I go just like double prefix 2 LP because I don't need the ignite thing. If I go for a 3 LP, it's still like a 1 in 3 that I get what I want. Because I need like double prefix plus 1 suffix, like one particular suffix. Yeah, we're playing multi-strike, smite, electrify. It's like, can you hear it? Can you hear the build? It's so pretty.
Down or die.
Brr, brr.
Die, human. Stand down or die.
I kind of missed the leech though, huh? Do I need it? Do I need the leech? I probably do, right? I don't know. Would Fidget work here? No, Fidget's direct cast only. Fidget's also a dot. Doesn't have a hit component to it. T-Temple Void Clothos? Yeah. That sounds pretty good. It's the wrong base type, right? Yeah, it's unfortunate. You're made for the scene too, except Javelin and Electrify? Yeah, so we're trying out the melee stuff. I like it. I'm into it. I would have anticipated that a build like this would have got more coverage at the beginning of the patch. It's not like bad that it didn't. But like to me, it seems like such a straightforward build to assemble. Bonk, bonk, bonk.
Stand down or die.
It just got buffed though. I don't follow what that means. What do you mean though? It just got buffed, yeah, and that's why I am surprised that it doesn't have more coverage. Bonk. get this point out.
Yeah.
I could. What do I put 1 point? Oh, and then necrotic thing, sure. In the necrotic thing. Boom, 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 boom. Attack speed only if you're taking this node up here. But I guess that's a good observation. Maybe that's why.
I are bound by the same chains, traveler.
Yeah. Yeah. Ha.
This means nothing.
Maybe that's why.
Come, all is
And if you took it at any point, it's permabugged. Well, maybe that explains it. Mike, take this to Uber. Yeah, we are going to.
this broken world.
Wait, is it not sweet? The Javelin Electrify build is just Javelin, it's not Smite, right? It's sweet, but good is another story. It's hilarious. 41, 42. Well, that's funny. Wait. You're doing Uber Abby in 70 seconds with multi-strike? What am I doing wrong? Holy shit.
Yeah.
What you talking about?
Ha.
In 70 seconds? Holy fuck, this build's terrible. This build's atrocious.
Stand
Man, that's so
down,
brutal.
die. Ha.
Well, oh well.
Ha.
Time to toss in the trash can. Hmm.
Stand down or die.
It's okay. Maybe we can get there. Maybe someday. That's like, I don't even know what to say. 70 seconds Uber Epi. Yeah, I'd like to see it too.
make it far.
Ha.
Bring them to
Ha! Stand down or die. Yeah!
How did I have the old smite animation before? Oh, I wasn't using MTX before. I am. That's all.
Bring them to me.
It's a bad idea to use two of them. So, I mean, for this build, I feel like I'm getting pretty good value. Orions has... what? Each plus level is 25? Is 6 30. So each plus level is 30% chance to ignite on hits. So like it's a ring that has 60% ignite chance on it. And it has like some defense built into it too. I don't know, I like it. I'm a fan of it. I think Osirian stack. I don't see why they wouldn't. This is multi-smite, yeah. You can go exclamation point build. We're still trying to get more damage out of it. What do you think? Should we go ZHP as well? Chat commands don't work on the YouTube side, unfortunately. So I'm using a wand right now. My belt's pretty bad. My belt needs more damage, more life on it, unfortunately. But my wand is 6566. And I guess I kind of want like a T7, like 755 would be fine. I don't think the percent chance to ignite on hit is that important. I'd rather just like have more multi. Where did I forget my shield? On the ground. Oops. We can tank the one shot from tier 4 Julra in the Temporal Sanctum while dual wielding. I think we're fine. I think we have like sufficient defenses. Let's take a look at this real quick. This is the ZHP gear that you have? The fuck? When you say ZHP, whoa. When you say ZHP, interesting. This is your normal character? Clearing with a shard? Clearing with a shard is adorable. I love it. I respect it. Okay, I feel less bad. That you have a literal ZHP gear swap. I no longer want to throw my build in the garbage can. Dev stream review. He said Mike confirmed they want to schedule a 3 to 4 month release plan for next season. I haven't seen that. I hope that's true. Calling anything a confirmation doesn't seem like a wise choice. But I do hope it's true, so maybe wishful thinking. What am I placing here? I'm gonna do a folly. How much of these boxes again? Try to find a better wand. I hate my idols. They're so bad. Can I get a 3 LP? I don't know. Okay, so let's Aurelius. LP2. Let's see. So I'd like +2 to smite. If I can. Let's see. So this one's great. The other one's like kind of mid. What can I do with this? These are all 1 LPs? Okay. I might use these builds someday. Who knows? We'll see. Love that organization. Multiplier. Why do I use melee healing hands? Because I've electrified melee hits. That's my rationale for it. Why not? Why not do that? System crit multi. Why not? If I use like T7 melee attack speed. Instead of T7 crit multi. It doesn't seem right. Doesn't seem like the right choice. We could try it, but I don't think it's the right choice. Seven, 6 crit multi. Cold damage. Fuck. Come on. Okay. This is not gonna work. But if it does. Can you imagine? It almost works. It did not work. Brutal. That would have been sick. Rainbow Edge over the wand. No, I wouldn't. Rainbow Edge doesn't do what I want it to do. Need the minus mana cost. T5 melee attack speed. I could spin this. Frostbite, Tornado, Spriggan build? Spriggan build? You mean Shaman? I think your new goal is 3,000 waves in the arena. No, there's not Xanthar. Be cool if there were. T2 void damage. I guess. I'm not going to use it unless it hits double prefix anyways. I might do that. Oh, cool. This. Fuck. God, okay. Give me a heart attack. Cool. Cool. 78, 23. 78 multi. 51. Would I ever get a 3 LP Aurelius? Hold on, let me get another cemetery real quick. Would the game do that for me? Would the game give me a 3 LP? You think it would?
Yeah.
Stupid sexy DK build. Oh. Turtle and find out. Well, I got a lot of them, so. We have some obtainable upgrades that we could get. Let's go here first. It is 5 o'clock my time right now. I think what I'll do is once again give it like an hour. Because if I don't set aside time to hit record and make a video, I will literally never do it. Because I just enjoyed this build too much. Whoops. Yep, that's exactly what's there.
Yeah.
Bzz, bzz, bzz. 11, got it. Let's go here. The mana cost reduction is important
Stand down
because
or
it gives
die.
us... So it's only important if we can ramp. Because it allows us to stay at 4 stacks. For longer periods of time.
Stand down or die.
My work is incomplete. Shear and slash.
This is build hardcore viable. If you wanted to be as tanky as possible, this is a very tanky build. We've died a handful of times. I can tell you what each of our deaths was. We died once because my game stopped moving. And my character just stood there for 30 seconds. And then when it loaded back in, it died.
Down or die.
And then we've died a couple times vibe checking Uber Heavy.
The Weaver waits.
So it's pretty good. Melee damage and shred? Weirdly, not garbage. This is, though. Oh, a 4 LP, look at that. Ta-da! Da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Here, let me show you another example real quick. I'm gonna have to not attack. We'll see. Hold on. Because if I attack, I'm gonna kill Julra before her one shot. Oops. Oh, see there.
I will have it.
So I'll just stand here for a bit. Hold on. Okay, so that's my dual wheel build.
Still so much to learn.
It's pretty tanky. Bonk. Go here. The damage from swipe aftershock is too lag. Oh, I think it's severely lacking. I agree with you.
Yeah.
I think if you want that build to do Uber, you need to be willing to
Stand
click
down or die.
the EQ button. And then you also need to figure out how to get your totems to stay alive for single target damage to scale your aftershocks. And then you also need extremely fucking good gear.
Stand down or die.
Reaver's Gifts. If I wanted to do Uber in hardcore, I would just do the Judgment build. Or maybe I would like farm with something that allows me to have fun, and then swap to the judgment build later. Ooh, a trophy. Pick it up. Wand? Okay. But I think the shield version of this character is like super good for hardcore. Like you have smites going around like all the time. You like smite on block as well. The block nodes are really strong. Easy 100% block chance, yeah. LP? Only 2, okay. You're leveling Serpent Venom. What's the plan for weapons?
I cannot be contained. More mana. I did nothing wrong. My brilliance is unequaled. Out of mana.
How many boxes left? Dad joke? I'll see what I can do. Weaver's Gift, Bastion of Honor, Static Vitality. I will be surprised if you have enough damage. I think you gotta do a Wielden. Most difficult / least likely. Most difficult, least likely. I feel like we should have stats on this. I feel like we should have stats on this. I don't think this is an opinion. Blade Dancer? I think Marksman's like pretty low. I'm about to ban that word. Yeah, I'm the Serpent Strike guy. Welcome. For those of you who are new here. Welcome, welcome. What's the joke? Max roll. No, here's the joke. My friend was showing me his tool shed and pointed to a ladder. That's my step ladder, he said. I never knew my real ladder. Pretty funny. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom.
Yeah. Stand down.
I'm not familiar with that, no. Has Sork really not done Uber? After a month of playtime? That surprises me. Surely somebody would.
Freedom at last!
What? Where'd he go?
My research wasted.
Pathetic. Pathetic.
Stand. Ha!
You have no chance.
Do I need leech?
Yeah.
Bonk.
Storms rage!
I guess I should check if I have any zeros. For like a Rayless. From those stats that Mike released previously, they weren't separated by solo player and multiplayer. I wish they had been, but if you're talking about like the little Excel sheet thing, yeah. So we don't really know. Hard to say. I think these boxes over here.
Yeah. Ha!
Bloop. Doo-doo-doo-doo-doo-doo-doo. Fuck. We were talking about Serpent Strike previously on this stream. We were talking about for damage going double scissor.
Stand down or die.
And Pale Ox doing a lot of heavy lifting for defenses. Yeah, you can post relevant links in chat. That's always welcome.
I won't go back! Ah, I did nothing.
Misha, is there anything exciting or interesting about the hardcore variant?
Ha!
Seed and Bastion? Sure.
You think you can best me?
Ha! Stand down or die. Yeah.
Corey's tanking is? It sounds like it's just the exact same conversation that we were having from the other day. It just frustrates me. It just frustrates me, Chad. It just feels like, oh, like Max Roll did this. Like, you really think that Max Roll are like the only people out there with a brain? People treat it like a Bible. It's frustrating.
My brilliance is unequaled! Ah, my research wasted.
It is Rhodey's build. I'm glad to see that.
Yeah.
Oop. Why all the hate? Bina, welcome. I've been clear, or at least rather, I've tried to be clear when I say my distaste for Maxroll. And I always preface it with saying that it's not the people of Maxroll. It's like the Maxroll website and like what it does, and what it feels like it does for content creation. And I don't like that. What do I mean by that? Probably the same. I don't feel like it is. I can explain if you're interested. Like, I like the people of Maxroll. I've like had them on podcasts and interviewed them and talked to them all separately, and I have DMs with everyone. Yeah, I like that. People treat tier lists like gospel? Yeah. Let me see if I can find some words to explain.
Stand down or die.
I know a lot of great gamers who come up with cool ideas. People like Brody. People like Mistia. Misha's here in chat right now. People like Tunk. Bo. Like Cursed Boy. The Curse. Like, there's plenty of content creators out there. And like, if I hear that like someone's work, or hell, even Frozen Sentinel, obviously. But like, when I hear that someone's working on something and they found something cool, like, oh, that's awesome. Because I know that there are people in this game who have played for thousands of hours. And like, everyone pursues different things, and it's really cool. And like, it's very like an organic experience, like discovering things. And from my perspective, it kind of feels like Maxroll, the website, just swooped in and they're like, yeah, but let's put money on it. And let's like centralize everything.
Stand down or die.
People getting paid? Love people getting paid. Huge fan of that. Centralizing information? Not a bad thing. Helpful for new players. People treating Maxroll like it's a source of truth. And like, things only exist if they're on Maxroll. Other things don't exist. Everything is like the Maxroll build this, the Maxroll build that. It's like, it's very grating on the ears. And on the emotions. Because it's not true. Hating on the last Deepak branch is like hating on you, Lizard, Volca, Tarek. Well, I don't hate you guys. So, I mean, if you want to take it that way, I bet that's frustrating for you. But it's not my intent. The advanced access? The advanced access comes from the C2 program, and the C2 program is a weird thing that I will happily talk about as well. The CT program, and again, like we even talked about this on the podcast recently, didn't we? Like the CT program is very useful to EHG. The CT program is full of people who have lots of experience. They provide really good feedback for EHG, and it's a good thing that it exists. Or rather, I won't necessarily say it's a good thing that it exists. It is beneficial to EHG. How about that? But like, there's some very obvious downsides of that as well. Because you have a huge conflict of interest of like content creators on one hand, and then people who are like providing early access, or who get early access, who get to like investigate builds and build tier lists that are released before, or like on day one kind of thing, right? Yeah, so like, but what Misha's saying is true. And like, I need to like repeat that to myself as a mantra, because yeah, the CT does not solve everything. A great example of like like a solved meta, for example, would be, or a counterpoint to it, would be the Time Rot Javelin build. Like, that's not a build that showed up on the first week, or the first 2 weeks, or even the first 3 weeks, I think. It was like around 2.5 weeks or so. And like, if that build had been in the CT program, if it had been there, then it probably would have been showcased before 2 or 3 or 4 weeks into the patch, right? So like, deductive reasoning skills, you kind of look at that and you think like, okay, like this is something that was like discovered by a broad player base, not just people who, you know, solved the meta inside the CT patch. And that's like, you know, exciting, right? Yeah. It's cool. Love that. But like from my perspective, and like we have people from Maxroll in chat right now. But like the thing that I don't like about Maxroll is like, to me, everything is like the Maxroll build this, the Maxroll build that, Maxroll. And it's like Maxroll is not the only people out there making content. They do a good job of making content. I don't like how much overlap there is with the CT program. Tombstone bug after all the CT. I mean, like, sure. I guess it's bugs. I guess there's bugs. As the game is more popular, can't do anything about it. Every new build just have patch notes. They could theorycraft every build just in the patch notes. That would never happen though. You would never have every build solved just by patch notes. There's too many topics of conversation that I'm willing to talk about right now that I'm kind of waffling, which is frustrating. But people play the game. And they poke around, they test new things. That's the fun of an action RPG like this.
Die.
I try to be in tune with my emotions, because when I'm having fun and I'm playing the game and I'm playing a build that I like I am right now, I feel like I make better content. And when I'm having when I'm having fun streaming, I make better content. When I'm looking forward to the stream and it doesn't feel like a chore or a drag or something, I make better content. All this is to say that I try to keep track of my emotions. So here's an emotion for you. Maxroll, the existence of the site, makes me not want to make build videos. Maybe it's a CUF thing, because like I play CUF, so I obviously cannot pump out a build. I play in Seasons, I don't play in Legacy. Do I recommend this? Absolutely, it's the most fun build I've played this match. Super pretty. Oops. So it happens to coincide with the time where like I'm trying not to spend so much time on my computer outside of when I'm streaming. Because like, because I did just have a second kid. I'm never ever going to use a chronostasis. Uber Aberoth possibility. Yeah, I think so. I would like to get this build to Uber Abbey. I think we can. But I get the sense that like if I put out a video on like a build, or like even this build, right? Like if I say I like this build and I'm gonna put it out there, there's gonna be a Maxroll build guide like a week later, and everyone's just gonna reference the Maxroll build guide. Like that feeling sitting in the back of my head is extremely discouraging. I don't like that. So I don't know what to do about it. It's an emotion. Maybe I can just like fix my emotion somehow, but it is very discouraging for me. So I just try to play builds, have fun. Post-build contests. Have a good time right now. Bina typed something, but I didn't see what it was. Let me scroll back and see it real quick. Boop. Oh, banning the word max roll would be a very bad choice on my part. Because a very worthwhile thing to talk about. That's all. Let me scroll back up real quick. I don't get the point you're making. Yeah, because I'm all over the place. Saying the players regard max roll as a holy bible builds. If people talk about it, it must be because those builds are actually good. This patch especially. I think you nailed it. We're going to find everything, but having a place where all the builds are tested rigorously is good overall. Yeah, I guess so. Boom, boom, boom. I guess that's right. It's true. So if a build is good, it's on max roll. And if a build's not good, it's not on max roll. This is not a critique. You gotta believe me. This is not a critique of the people who make content for max roll. It's kind of a critique of the industry. Of like making and maintaining that kind of website that centralizes build guides and centralizes content creators. You don't like to focus on good builds? Man, Dread's gonna love to hear that. If a build pops out of the blue and it's an absolute top tier build, of course you have to cover it. Yeah, you do. That's correct. If we're covering the game, you start with the good builds? True. Like, to address Bina for just a moment here, I said that I like the individual people who work for Maxroll. Like, all the content creators, I like them. I guess I don't have a good rapport anymore with them because I don't talk to them, but I mean, in my head, I have a good rapport with them. I'd feel comfortable DMing any of them. But like, the existence of Maxroll is like, imagine you're a new content creator. Like, what do you have to do to like make content for Last Epoch? I don't know. You kind of need to not make build guides, frankly. You need to like find something else to do, or have like a completely insane build on like the first week of a patch that hasn't been discovered yet. Yeah, you can do 0 to hero content. It's true, you can. What a coincidence. You kind of need to do something that's not a build guide. Because build guides are kind of like, you know, there's an official partnership between Last Epoch and Maxroll. And like, it's a useful partnership because there's good people working on it. And they have thousands and thousands of hours in the game, and they're all good players, and I'm gonna double down. I'm gonna say that I like them. Yeah, you gotta do stuff like Frozen, focus on the CUF or the Woven, yep. Frozen kind of popped into the Last Epoch scene as well. And he found like a niche for himself like that. Cool, 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 love it.
Stand down or die.
You know what it is? You want another analogy for it? This analogy might only work if you're like over 30 years old. Glad Pee-wee doesn't have max roll. Well, Pee-wee does have max roll. I don't play PoE, and I'm not in the PoE content creation scene, so I don't know what the landscape looks over there. But it does exist, and people like Ziz are on it. So, I don't know. To describe it to you just a little bit, it's kind of like, you know, the good old days of... I love PoE Ninja. It's kind of like the good old days of the internet, when people were just like willing to make weird websites, and like everybody had a blog. And then like with Maxroll, and again, like this is not, basically my critique is like the existence of Maxroll in the industry at all, and like what it does to content creators who aren't on the Maxroll team. It feels like, you know, the privatization, or maybe like the corporate influence on the internet. And like, you know, these days you're going to like, you know, 3 websites instead of like 100 different websites. The sense of discovery is kind of gone. Yeah. Discovery's still there, and that's important. But like the sense of discovery, yeah. So people play Last Epoch for different reasons. People play any game for a different reason. It's a good thing, not a bad thing. And like, you could, you've, oh my God, where's my character going? What's happening here? I can't walk up the stairs. What is that? You've heard of Timmy, Johnny, and Spike. Because you've played Magic the Gathering at some point in the past. Presumably everybody who's played Magic the Gathering in the past. So like, you know who Timmy, Johnny, and Spike are. So like, that's one way of enjoying a game, right? Like people who just like making big explosions happen on the screen. Yeah, exclamation point build. Big explosions happening on the screen. Or maybe you like combo builds that have lots of moving pieces, and like you don't really care how good it is. You just like having
Stand down or die.
a lot of combo like moving pieces. It's fun. Or maybe you're like a Spike, and like you don't really care how you got to the right answer. You just care that it's the right answer, and you're gonna like min-max it. So like a different way of going about that is people who like want to make new builds, or people who want to like min-max those builds. Like I don't want to find a new build, but maybe I want to min-max that build. Like I want to tweak a build. Or maybe you don't care about the build creation process at all, and you only care about piloting the build. And like maybe you're just like a really good pilot, right? Or maybe you like going through the motions of like, you know, gearing the character up. Like there's any number of things that you either like or don't like. What's the process there? And like action RPGs are good in my opinion because they cater to like so many different pieces of that pie, right? Love that. So to bring it back to me, because I'm the most important, I like tinkering, and I like finding new builds and like, you know, swapping pieces around. I like the build creation process, and like that's kind of the part that just like gets gutted. And I like making build guides, and build guides are just like, if I make a build guide, Maxroll. Maxroll Last Epoch branch is only as good as the writers on the site. We're not superhumans. There's still so much to test and discover. You put avoiding this conversation for many reasons. Conversation, like with me specifically. But I always feel weird when I hear things that are being said in my channel by me and my chat. Like I said, we never have problems with one another. So much hate towards Maxroll comes to this channel. Yeah. Do you mean with me in particular, or do you mean this conversation with anybody? It's only tier 1, so it's going to go to tier 5. It's actually just like not good enough, is it? Plunk. I should go kill this boss too. The max roll last epoch branch. With me in particular, since this is the place to hit on max roll. I mean, I like it. It's a visual stop. It's not an actual cap. It used to say 9999 plus, but it doesn't say 999 plus anymore. I don't know why the plus disappeared. Yeah. Imagine, like I said this already, but like imagine being like a new content creator. It's like max roll. How do you break into it? Ask it to make builds. Big mood. Why is Boardman on the max roll team? We were all new at some point. Well, how can I better communicate my point? It still does it? Maybe I'm just like not noticing it. Knew before the establishment was in place. Is pulling up the ladder behind you? Is that how I feel? Not defending anyone, but if I see a YouTube video with a build that I've never seen a max roll, you're gonna watch that 100%. Oh, I guess like calling out people. Yeah, Paulino, there you go. What Paulino said there in chat. There are good content creators. TLD, I don't like the corporate aspect of the people who say stupid things and follow max roll. Yes. Yeah. True. And like I get that Bina is like not believing me right now, but like I do not hate. I don't know who Big Daddy is. Is that a YouTuber? I guess it is. I do not hate the individual people who work for Maxroll. Like I'm big fans of all of them individually. You're also all banned from Last Epoch Tools? Yeah. But like, that's intentional. Yeah, damn it took it pretty personally when Maxroll got involved. He was not happy with that. Kind of like Walmart coming to a small town. It is kind of like Walmart coming to a small town. It's not exactly the same, but like, I see where you're coming from. But like every time that I hear someone say like, is that the Maxroll build? Why is this my new favorite build? Have you seen it? It's so pretty. Good offense, good defense, dual wield, and I can still tank Julra. It's so pretty. So I'm not affiliated with LETools.com. I'm not going to speak for him. If you want to, you can reach out to him.
Stand down or die.
I'm just a guy on the internet. Don't hate the player, hate the game. That feels like a pretty good summary of what I feel about Maxroll. EHE provides a damage calculator to max roll. Is that true? I don't know whether that's true. Can I learn real quick?
Yeah.
You can make a damage calculator. Boop. You have a paladin on deck to try this next. How do I think it'll feel on pre-Abby? Feeling pre-Abby mid upper gear. This build's gonna feel super good on anything that's not Uber Aberoth. Uber Abbey, I'm still working on it. I think I can show you how it feels so far. I think it's right here. Nope. This one? Nope. One of these. Is it this one? And maybe it's this one. There it is. Okay. Sure, Bina, if you want to DM me, that's fine. Alright. I'm gonna go die. You ready?
Such wasted potential.
Here's how Uber Abbey feels so far.
Would have welcomed you. You fight for nothing. Weak and worthless. The void hungers.
Yeah.
Back here. Come here. Rude.
You fight for nothing.
Ooh, whoops. And like this is
The void comes. Weak and worthless. See the beauty we were denied. Terra turned her back on us.
Finally found.
So
whoops.
Pity.
That's a brutal laser right there.
Coward! Dodge this!
She's still here. Oops.
weak and worthless. The void comes. Weak and worthless. Darkness reigns. The void hungers. Weak and worthless. The gods tore our world apart. They deserve their fate. Darkness reigns.
Oops.
Weak and worthless.
Fuck.
Void hungers.
That's so brutal. I wasn't in the AoE of the smite there.
We treated the world no better.
Okay.
Is our legacy. Oblivion! You will be forgotten!
Ooh.
Break before...
Yeah, I kind of want like more smite AoE, or just play better, I guess. Both options. Come here.
The void comes!
You know what? Go right there.
We got worthless!
Ooh. Oh. I got a stack on me, didn't I?
This is his
All right.
The void comes. No escape.
Nope. Fuck. Nope. Nope. Woo.
You fight for nothing. The void hungers. Will not save you. Weak and worthless. The void hungers. Weak and worthless. Hope will not save you.
We fucking did it, baby! Woo!
What? No! Arubis! Help me!
Oh, that's so sick! Alright. Alright. Ah, my heart's racing. That's so good. Niche, don't fucking say that. Oh, that's so satisfying. Did I just kill Uber Aberoth trying to show that it's not ready for Uber Aberoth? Yes. Oh, that's so good. Oh, I'm so happy. Man, I'm kind of shaking a little bit. Oh, I'm so happy. That's wonderful. Pew, pew, pew. That's the best feeling. This is exactly what I wanted. I wanted to kill Uber Aberoth with like something off the beaten path. Nerf incoming. This is not nerf worthy. I will tell you that much right now. That's so good. I'm so happy. I love it. It's exactly what I wanted to do. I wanted to take something that wasn't a Racing Strike and kill Uber Aberoth with it. I am so fucking happy. I love it. It's so good. I want to see the ZHP version. Do you? No snapshotting? No, you can't. I don't know what you would snapshot. Can I scroll up a little bit? Let me scroll up real quick. content creators have early access to test servers. So if anyone's gonna type right now, just know that I'm currently scrolled up in chat. So give me a second. Content creators have early access to test servers. Yes, there are content creators in the CT program. The CT program includes a CT Last Epoch that gives you early access to everything that's going to be launched. The point of the CT program is to test things, provide feedback, test bugs, test builds, test all kind of things. You know that there are CT people because Maxroll has CT people, and I'm a CT person as well. So that's easy deduction from your part. Did the devs add the people? Yeah, so it's kind of weird, right? I feel really weird about it, like having CT content creators. I don't know what the solution is. I'm still shaking. Hold on. I'm so happy. I don't know what the solution is, and like it's up to EHG, right? Like, it's their company; they can do whatever they want. Like, it's not illegal or something. It's like, even if it kind of feels weird emotionally, it's EHG. They can do whatever they want. So yeah, there's content creators in there. So you, as the public, you are familiar with like the speed with which build guides get posted on day one. So it's up to you. If you restrict it to non-content creators, a great example of a content creator who provides a lot of good feedback for EHG is Lizard IRL. And like, Lizard is the lead of the Maxroll team. This dude lives, eats, breathes Last Epoch, and has for way longer than I've been playing the game as well. And he's a content creator. So like, what are you gonna do? Just like, are you gonna restrict him out of it? Who knows? Pew pew pew. They should employ people to test their game. Yeah, maybe they should. It's not a bad idea. It costs money, but I don't know. This is someone in chat right now. They said, this might be a hot take. One thing I strongly dislike about the Maxroll guides is that they need to take a step back from unethical builds. They're the number one source for information. Saying that if we don't do it, someone else just will, doesn't work when they have the main audience. Regarding snapshotting and broken Falconer builds, leave that stuff for small content creators and unknown sites. That is a hot take, and I disagree with it. I understand where you're coming from, but I don't think that's a good idea. So currently, my understanding of what happened, which is all public knowledge, is that Maxroll talked to EHG and said, like, listen, we think that the only viable, minion builds snapshot. So we're going to start telling people to snapshot until you fix it. And then EHG said, yeah, that's fine. Go do it. So like, it's frustrating for EHG. It's frustrating for me because, I hate when minion builds are good because I hate minion builds. But yeah, so hopefully Maxroll, or no, sorry, hopefully EHG can fix snapshotting and like they just remove all that thing. But I think there was a conversation between the two at some point. I just seem to notice that the elemental AoE attacks didn't eat up the void puddles. Yeah, Lacosius, the big fire circle, eats up the void circles. Correct. Maxroll is not at fault with this. They employ people, literally aggregate all the data and test stuff before the patch. They do it intentionally because it gives away, since it gives money. Yeah, but like, again, I don't hate the players. I hate the game. The game is frustrating. Let me see real quick. I'm gonna scroll down. Scroll. The perfect solution is them paying people to test, and then they can't release content while they test. Yeah, maybe. Lizard's the goat. Lizard's the lizard. Lizard, he's a real fucking smart guy. Sunlight is the best disinfectant. I like that. Like snapshotting's kind of like what do you call it? It's kind of like numlocking things. And like it's not supposed to be, so like numlocking is a little bit different, but it's not supposed to be the best way to play your characters, but it's also not illegal. It's just like, it's a part of the game, it's how it's made. You're never going to get in trouble by doing it. So like EHG's stance on numlocking stuff is like, well, it's completely fine, but like it should not be the optimal way of playing something. So if numlocking something is ever the correct solution, EHG looks at that and says, okay, well, we need to fix that at some point. And like snapshotting is obviously like dog water. It's just like, it's so embarrassing. It's not embarrassing because like every action RPG has it, but like if it just continues existing, the better and better Last Epoch becomes, and the more and more popular that the game becomes, the more that this little pit stain in the background is like, well, we should really address that at some point. I think it'd be bad for the game if there weren't builds posted on day one. Yeah, I love brainstorms. And like I compare it to Path of Exile as well. Like before a new patch launches, people are like, here's my brainstorm idea for what I'm going to do on day one. And like, that's amazing. I love that. Like, you don't know if it's going to be good. You don't know if it's going to be bugs. You just like, oh man, looks like Pox is going to play Righteous Fire again. And here's his idea, given the patch notes, what's he going to do? Like, it might change over time, and it does change over time. But like, those build diaries at like day 1, 2, 3 are so good. Yeah, I don't have red rings. Red rings are for betas. Wait. Oop. But like an actual build guide, like that's crazy. Why would they pay someone when they can get more testers for cheaper? It's a good question. This was my demonstration a moment ago. I'll show you my demonstration. I'm so happy. I'm still so happy.
The Epoch, I will have it.
There.
The future cannot be.
Like, isn't that just like amazing? It's so good. You just like with no buffs, no key clicks, no key binds or anything. You just like stand there and take it to your face. That makes me feel things inside. It's so good. Donk.
Yeah.
You still feel like you're able to do build diaries? Yeah, I think build diaries are not part of Maxwell's wheelhouse. So I think build diaries are a good way of going about making content for a small content creator. Bugs and everything. Make situations change. Hopside, what are you trying to convince me of? Bunk. That you can still make build diaries. I agree with you. Done. I like them. No, I was saying them. That's a style of content that I still think does pretty well. What's build diaries? Day 1 update, day 2 update, day 3 update. Things like that. No, it's all good. So I was thinking about Trib. I'm gonna go for an Exalted Wand instead. The benefit of Trib is if you get 3 LP
Stand down or die.
and it misses. If you get 3 LP and you go double prefix plus ignite and you whiff the last suffix, or 4 LP. Like that's the advantage of Trib, because like it gives you plus levels and like the evade cooldown, I guess. But it gives you the plus levels, and like the plus levels are just like 25 ignite per point. So like you can just get a suffix on a wand that has like, you know, 50 ignite chance, and 50 ignite chance is basically +2 to smite. So I think like at the uber high end, a Trib would be good. But like, it just, the benefit doesn't show up until you get like at least 3 LP. So the wand that I'm using now is 6566. It's missing a suffix. So yeah, T6 crit multi, -5 implicit. What's this thing? Heal area? Let's go here.
Flames consume you. Burn eternal, my soul. Burn. Cinder. The strongest burn the brightest.
I don't think you can.
Fight.
I don't really care about the influx of like new macros and regex stuff. Every time that I try to use them, I feel disappointed.
No, I can still fight.
Is a build done when you can kill Uber Abbey? The answer is no, but like, would you feel that way? I am still riding the high of killing that boss. Is build playable without those two? Yeah, absolutely it is. This is like a super strong
Down or die.
League Star build. Apparently it was bugged for a while, so maybe that's why people weren't playing it. It looks amazing. Completely agree with you.
Yeah.
What's the one-hander? Aurelius. You know, I say that, and I say it so quickly. Is the wand the better option? There's no way that's true.
Yeah. Yeah.
Surely Aurelius is the right choice. Wrong warp, are we strong? Wrong warp is really bad for this build. It does almost nothing.
Yeah.
Let me check Aurelius real quick. Hold on. Oh shit! Whoops. Oh well. Yeah, if you went shield, you go Majasa shield. That shield's super strong. Even the percent increase. The percent increase is spell damage. We're playing Electrify. Wow, I did that fight with no leech. That's wild. Oh. That's pretty neat.
Stand down or die. Yeah.
I need to place a turtle real quick. Hold on. Was it only smite? Yo, Rody, what's going on? Yeah, only smite. Also, my idols are just like dog water. They're so bad. Don't look at them. Boom, boom. There, crit multi does something. If I can add Leech, how? You can Weaver's Gift, but we dropped Weaver's Gift to get more damage instead. You can get Leech here if you want. I have a bunch of like fluff nodes. Like Weapons of Duality is fine. Like the Holy Precision for crit multi. 3 points here for Ignite. You could trim like maybe 1 point here. And there's a couple points you could trim. Yeah, there you go. 4 more points there. Where's the turtle? Should I place another turtle? Nah, I don't think so. Yeah, Shield Aurelius is like giga tanky. Get 100% block chance too. Go like this. Toss. Would I recommend for hardcore SF as well? Yeah, absolutely. You're new to Last Epoch. The two that you tried so far feel a bit sketchy. Poison Rogue, Necro Ward. That does feel sketchy. Hammer Paladin would be a great place to be. The only downside of Hammer Throw is like your hammers get eaten by the walls inside a tomb in a cemetery. But other than that, Hammer Throw is great. I'd be surprised if Hammer Throw can do like Uber Aberoth, but like everything else in the game, like Hammer Throw is wonderful. But yeah, if you want to like play this build, if you want me to like sign off for this in hardcore, yeah, absolutely. I'd just use a shield. Why not? Why risk it? Why risk it? There's no biscuits. It can do Uber. Sorry, I mean, oh, Hammer Throw? Good, love it. Should I record 2 YouTube videos? Do you think I can do Uber Abbey without Shadow Worlds and Immortal Vise on this build? There were a couple. There's like one situation that stands out in my head where like I took a lot of damage. You'd have to play a little bit better. But like the relic basically just gives DR, right? Like it. Huh. Huh. Where'd that go? How did that happen? Huh. Wait a minute. This? There we go. What happened? What happened, dude? Okay, I'll go like this. That's too bad. That's too bad. That's also too bad. Man. Do I have a creation? I don't have any creations. Let me go buy some creations. Hold on. Is it playable without the relic? It's funny. The far scam turtle. True enough. Unending hunger. So this with 10 points gives you 1% leech. Yeah. If you put more points into the tree, like say you put 10 points into Abyssal Endurance and then 5 points into Dark Maw, then you can go like 1, 2, and then 5 points here, and that would give you 1 leech, right?
I knew you. Oh, I'm no one. I knew you had something to ask. It
But
would
like,
be
I
my
don't know.
pleasure
I
to
just did
satisfy your
Uber Abbey.
curiosity.
Oh, I've done literally 0
I knew
prophecies
you
on
had
this
some-
character.
Oh, enough of my. I knew you had something to
Oops.
ask. It would be my pleasure to satisfy your curiosity.
With the unique, yeah, we were talking about unique belts. I took cleanse off my belt, so I kind of want like a Praetorian belt with like the 250 armor, with like LE damage, lightning damage, health, hybrid health like this. Yeah, Orion's fine. It gives you 6 smites every 10 seconds, which I guess is good. You can do Viper Tail for attack speed. I don't know. Let's do Cremoris. Can I get a few of these while I'm here? Go Cremoris. Broken Key is not in the game yet. Shade of Orbis as well. Okay. There's some. Let's go do this real quick.
Hey,
Let's see, it's
come in.
6 o'clock.
I need to speak with you.
Oh my god. Alright, well, let's go kill this guy twice. Oops. I want to try to get double prefix. And, like, it's not going to happen. But I want to try. 78, 23. This is 78, 23. Ooh. Okay, that's a good one. Do this, and I'm gonna copy this in just a moment here.
Come to play with fire. Oh, the fire
Let's go here.
rises.
Has anyone in Twitch chat found a lizard tail? That's a good question.
Hey, you. Over here.
Let's go here. This. You keep trying. Brutal.
Come to play with fire.
Alright, creation. Ta-da. Let's take this thing.
Rises.
So we do this one. Lizard tails exist. We don't know if they do anything. My hunch would be like, no, they don't do anything, but I do like Easter eggs. Ugh.
Epoch, I will have it.
Pop.
Still so much to learn.
Alright. This is a 1 in 3 to be exciting. Yeah, right. 1 in 3. Ready? It'd be so sick. Ooh. That's pretty good. That is a pretty good upgrade. Nice. God, that's so satisfying. What a satisfying stream it's been today. Rhodey, why would you wish that on me? Now I need some Nemesis towers. Oh, I'm not gonna hold down Holy Aura. That's 7-2? 7. 7-2. Oh, that's so sick. Seven two, huh? Holy shit. Oh, it feels so good.
Yeah.
I'm so happy. Look, I can deal damage behind my back. It's pretty cool. What a sick build. Alright, now we gotta fix it and make it better. But it's still... God, I'm so satisfied! Alright. Should we pivot? I need to record a video. It's not about this, believe it or not. Will I make a video on this? Sure will. Sure will. We've learned things along the way. We have a good story to tell. Yeah. Be fun. Let me check my phone real quick. Not bad. Alright, we have done some research, chat. I'm going to share the research with you. Let's just go exit game, I think. That'll be fine. Let me pull up my my extremely helpful website that I use when talking about Last Epoch. Yeah. LastEpochTools.com. It's just so helpful. I love it. All right, we're gonna click on ladders, and I have everything that I need to talk about pulled up on the second site here. I'm gonna do this big recording in one go, and I'm gonna pause in the middle of it to talk about, or to load up new tabs, because I don't want to load up all the tabs right now. Do I? Do I want to load up all the tabs right now? I could. All right, let's load up all the tabs first. I'll make it, if you do it in one go, you don't need to edit the video. Let's go new thing. And if I don't need to edit the video, that means it can go up sooner. Got this. I got some fucking builds for you to look at. Are they build guides? You kinda, not really, but maybe. Not really build guides. Like this. There's only one that goes here. Then 3 of them go here. Up. There's this one. What day is today? Today's like Sunday or something, right? Click, click. Oops. There should be a new window. Okay. And then we have oops. Thank God I saved that text document. I just closed it by accident. Go here. And this thing. Okay. So I got everything loaded up. Is it in order? I think it is in order. Cool. Yeah. All right, we're gonna record a video and we're gonna talk about builds that people have been using in Arena. Yeah. Love it. Arena? What's that? Great question. Okay. Can we do it? I think the answer is yes. Hello, YouTube, and welcome back. It has been about 1 month of the Season 2 patch for patch 1.2 in Last Epoch. This is the introduction of the tombs and the cemeteries and the Woven faction as part of the endgame, and a lot of neat, like, new, wait. I'll try that one more time. False start. Hello, YouTube, and welcome back. This is another episode of the Arena builds after 1 month of the patch. We are in Season 2 with the advent of tombs, cemeteries, all the Woven Echoes stuff, and the Woven faction as part of the endgame. So we've done a number of these in the past, looking at what the arena metagame looks like in after like a month of playtime, who's pushing the highest, which things are popular, which things are not popular. And it's worth shouting out that like popularity really does have a lot to do with what we're about to talk about, because some of these some of these classes, like Void Knight, for example, are like very like overrepresented with regard to like their meta share of what's going on in the arena. And part of this has to do with, we had the introduction of a brand new boss. We have Uber Aberoth, who's in the game now, and people want to kill Uber Aberoth and farm the gear there. What that means for us is that like when they're farming gear there, they want to push their characters as high as possible. Void Knight had a lot of popularity at the beginning of the patch. Paladin as well, because of the Judgment build that people were using to take down Uber Aberoth in hardcore, and it kind of leaked into softcore too. So those have a lot of meta share, but even at a very first glance, you'll see that their tippity top build here is a shaman. So we're going to talk about all kinds of stuff here. I have a lot of builds to share with you. These builds are all softcore builds. We did not look at hardcore builds. We looked at both like the multiplayer builds and like the solo account found, solo character found things. So we do have solo characters. I'll say up front that for solo characters, we only have 5 builds to talk about. So the methodology for gathering this information was we looked at everything that's non-solo. And then when we looked at solo, we looked for builds that differed, like, you know, different builds, or at least like different items or something. Were there notable builds that stood out in solo that weren't represented in the normal gameplay? Other things to talk about here, for those of you who never played Arena before, there's an Arena metagame of like just being as tanky as possible and just surviving as much as possible. So like, whereas in the rest of Last Epoch, you might not see much representation of Manifest Armor, for example, there's a lot of Manifest Armor that happens even in Void Knight in the world of Arena. So people are trying to be as tanky as possible. If you can live and deal damage, then you can, you know, survive your opponents and just keep pushing to higher waves in the endless arena. So without further ado, let's get started. At the very beginning here, we're going to talk about Void Knight builds. So for each of these, I will show you the highest person, and I'll shout out their account name as well. And then we'll show a number of builds that are going over 500 waves in the arena. We've trimmed out anything that does not do at least 500 waves in the arena. Input from people who play Arena in Twitch chat and on Discord have told me that if a build's not getting at least 500 waves in the arena, it doesn't have like good endgame gear, and that's like a good place to truncate the builds that really stand out in Arena. So like there can be good builds that, you know, are good for the rest of the game that only get like 400 waves in the arena. We're only looking at Arena stuff above 500 waves. Do it. Okay, so very first one here kind of stands out as being 1,300 waves in the arena. So this is from user Run2. This is a shield throw Manifest Armor build, and this is a Merchant's Guild character. So this is the rank 1. Wait, oops. This is the there we go. I clicked the wrong button. This is the rank 1 Void Knight here. So let's take a look at their character, kind of talk through it and see what's going on. This is a snapshot character. So Void Knight Manifest Armor here at 1,300 waves. We see this node here, Force of Impact. This kind of clues you in that snapshotting is taking place. It says your Manifest Armor gains melee physical damage equal to a portion of the armor on your body armor. And using this with a Mantle of the Pale Ox is obviously a pretty bad choice, because this only has 74 armor on it, and they've crafted no additional armor on it. So we do understand that there is some kind of snapshotting going on here. You put on the gear that makes your character tanky, or that makes the Manifest Armor tanky. You summon the Manifest Armor, and you swap into your real gear. So we know that's going on here. Other things that stand out, you see a lot of minion builds using Inheritance of the Erased. We'll talk about this more when we get to Necromancers as well. It seems like the Abomination builds are more popular than the Wraith, the like Wraith Lord helmet builds, because the Wraith Lord helmet like summons other wraiths as well to like make your Wraith Lord better, and this build does not. So the Inheritance of the Erased is something that you'll see quite a few times when it comes to the solo minion builds, or people trying to use minions in the arena. So we are as tanky as possible, basically dual wielding shields, and I think that's about it. There's nothing too much that stands out to me about this. I call this a shield throw Manifest Armor build. For those of you looking at this build, trying to replicate it, the key interaction here is that we're using shield throw with its Manifest Inspiration. If the Manifest Armor is hit by a shield, it performs a sweeping melee attack. So that You toss your shield throw, add your guy, he does AoE damage. It's real good. So that is the basis of this. It is a hit crit build here. The other builds that really stood out to us were Erasing Strike. Erasing Strike, for those of you keeping track of what the Void Knight builds look like in the rest of Last Epoch, this is a completely stock standard build. This person has good gear. It's a Merchant's Guild character. They have some 2 LP items with like double T7s, but like this is the kind of build that people are taking to Arena and trying to push as high as possible. So I didn't write down how many waves people got, but the highest for Void Knight was 1300. This is just like another example of a build that's doing very well in Arena right now. Erasing Strike Giga buffed this patch, and you've probably already seen variations of this build, but it will be linked in the description too. The last one that we'll call out for like the normal builds is a crit multi-smite character, and this person happens to be in COF, which like COF, love that. Oh no, you don't see anything! Oh no! Okay, I've never streamed a day in my life. Not a single day in my life have I streamed. I'm so embarrassed. Okay. Can we do better? We can't see the screen. Yep. Love it. Professional streamer. I've done this before. No, I haven't. Listen, I was going to ignore my wife for like another hour while I recorded this video, but she just tapped on the floor above me. And what that means is she wants to talk to me about something. So just for a moment, I'm going to go upstairs. I'm going to see what my wife likes. I'm going to run an ad so that you don't see an ad in the middle of this thing. I'll be right back, less embarrassed, with more of this arena stuff. Hold on. All right. Keep the audio overlap. Nope. I'm not doing that. We're going to do better. We're going to do better. Hey, welcome back. All right. Are you ready to try again? I am too. Whoops. It's fine. I think it's fine. Are you ready? I think we're good. Let's give it a try. Hello YouTube and welcome back. We got another episode of the arena builds after 1 month of the patch. We've done these in the past. It's a nice review of what people are trying to take into the arena and do as many ways as possible. This is the endless arena. It's the one that has no end. It's not the arena of champions, and it's certainly not the arena that you find in the Monolith of Fate either. So what we're going to do here is have a nice long video. We're going to talk about all builds that look noteworthy, that have done nice performance over 500 waves, and like the rank 1 build of each of the individual masteries in Last Epoch. We will not be looking at any hardcore builds. What this means for you is that we will have lots of timestamps in the YouTube video. Please feel free to click around, and I will have linked in the description all the build planners as well if you want to poke around. And of course, we're doing this by looking at lastepochtools.com/ladders. So this is just a web-friendly version of looking at the ladders that are available in-game. So we're not looking at builds that are under 500 waves. Under 500 waves doesn't seem to be particularly competitive. It seems like a nice cutoff point for looking at like the interesting builds that people are trying to push and like the high powered builds. And below 500 waves, I don't think it's like sufficiently competitive, and it would like cast too wide a net to try to show you more interesting builds that people are pushing with. So we are over 500 waves. We are soft core only. We are looking at the shared ladders, or like the like normal soft core, and we will also be looking at the solo stuff. There are 5 solo builds that I will particularly shout out. These are builds that differed in some way or were not represented in the normal softcore ladders, and I will call those out at the beginning of each of those 5. So without further ado, let's go ahead and jump in. The very first one that we'll be looking at here is the rank 1 Void Knight character. So this first one is 1300 waves in the arena. This is a user Run2, so shout out to them. This is a shield throw manifest armor build in Merchant's Guild. So again, 1300 waves, and then again, this is snapshot. So snapshotting, for those of you who don't know, hopefully you do, means that before you summon a minion, you can put on a bunch of gear that benefits their HP. You summon the minion, and then you swap your gear to something else. And you basically have 2 sets of gear, and you're benefiting from both of them at the same time. It's just a mechanic that has always been in the game, unfortunately, and people are using it consistently because it's on a bunch of build guides, and the word of snapshotting has been spread far and wide. Hopefully it gets fixed at some point. We'll see. But let's call that out real quick. We have a node here called Force of Impact. It says your manifest armor gains melee physical damage equal to proportion of the armor on your body armor. This node certainly does not make any sense while using a Mantle of the Pale Ox. However, Mantle of the Pale Ox is one of the strongest new unique items added in patch 1.2. So if you have any kind of minion or minion generation, this is a great thing to use to mitigate your own incoming damage from enemies. So most likely they have like a big body armor with a bunch of armor on it. You put that on, summon your manifest armor, and then swap over to Mantle instead. What you'll note for a bunch of these minion builds that we have Inheritance and the Erased, this is a nice thing to shout out because it's a brand new item that just got added in this patch. So Inheritance gives a bunch of stats from the amulet to a random chosen minion. And that minion, if you only have one of them, is always chosen 100% of the time. This means that when we get to like Necromancer, for example, you'll see that like A-bomb builds tend to be more popular than Wraith builds, because the Wraith Lord helmet, the Wraith Lord build summons a bunch of other minions, and it's harder to like get the Inheritance of the Erased to target the one minion that you want it to target. So this is I guess there's a bias toward one minion builds when we're considering the power of this new amulet here. Other new items to shout out are where this character is basically geared to be as tanky as possible. Countenance of Majasa has emerged as like the go-to shield for being tanky. In the past, people were using the melee crit multi void shield, Bulwark of the Last Abyss. It's also on an iron glass base, so it has that 35 block chance implicit, but it also has 20 block chance on it in addition, which is like really, really easy to cap your block with. The benefit of using Countenance instead is that sometimes it will, petrify or stop enemies from taking any game actions, which is really cool. Probably not the standout part of it, but it is very cool. Cute little form of defense. But it gives you a lot of damage mitigation for damage over time. So damage over time is like famously hard to mitigate in Last Epoch. It got trimmed this patch, but it's still quite rare. So I guess the trimming was only in Corruption, and then the Endless Arena is not in Corruption, but you know what I mean. So Countenance and Majesta says your block effect. A portion of your block effect applies to damage over time as if it had been blocked, which is a great layer of defense, especially when you're gearing as defensively as possible. You really have no problem getting max block. So that's this build here. This is 1300 waves in the arena. For the other Void Knight builds, we're going to take a look at 2 other ones and then 1 solo build, which I'll point out in just a moment. So these other Void Knight builds are also performing very well in Arena, and this one has a lot of popularity. This is just simply Erasing Strike. If you've seen content on YouTube or on Discord or on any kind of social media, then you know that like this Erasing Strike build, basically stock standard. Erasing Strike was a build that I played as well, and I played it because it was the world's first softcore kill of Uber Aberoth. And I wanted to have a good chance of killing Uber Aberoth too. So nothing here stands out to me. This is all like very stock standard. This person's gear is quite good. It's got double exalted, 2LP, double T7 slams on its, end game items. So like it's a very strong version of the build, but it is just stock standard. So this person has 6.4k life. Holy moly, that's a lot of HP. But yeah, so that's the kind of build that people are taking into their arena right now as a Void Knight. The last build that I'll show you before we get to our solo build is this one, which is like, I guess not underrepresented, but we found one version of it. So one person was playing this. I know from my Twitch chat and Discord that there are other people who are just like beating up on Uber Aberoth with this thing, like just really cranking the DPS. So shout out to them for having a boss killing build that also performs pretty well in Arena. So this is a VK crit multi-smite build, and this particular person was playing in CWF. So we have smite spec into void, as much crit damage, crit multi as possible. Multi-strike will be costing a lot of mana, because not only does this node cost mana, but every time that the echoes proc, they're going to be consuming mana down here as well. But it gives you Gazunga single target damage. Devouring Orb has been like basically omnipresent in Void Knight builds. It does a little bit of everything. It gives you a little bit of damage down here. It automates itself, which is very nice. So you don't need to click any buttons. It gives you a tiny bit of Void Shred, I guess. But most importantly, these 2 nodes here, doubled over 90 vitality. So this is 10 or double to 20% more void damage. Gives you a bit of mana regen. And up here gives you void essences. So the void essences were buffed in the patch 1.2 to give us more damage per void essence. I believe it's 3% more void damage per void essence. So a maximum of 3 of those. So I wouldn't say that's stock standard, but like if I were going to play this build, this is like the kind of thing I'd be looking for. Wrong Warp stands out as just like, it's an item that I'm surprised that it keeps getting used over a, over Mad Alchemist Ladle. Mad Alchemist Ladle got nerfed. It is famously a wand that you'd otherwise be using for spells that can generate a lot of flat damage, because we have 140 vitality, which gives you 140 flat damage on smite. So you generate a lot of flat damage. Surely Mad Alchemist Ladle should be good here, because it's pretty easy to get like a 2 or 3 or sometimes even a 4 LP, one of those. But Wrong Warp gives us haste. It gives us spell damage per movement speed, and we have an awful lot of movement speed, probably about 100% movement speed. And it's like, that's the kind of thing that we're using. It's got enough spell damage on it. I just like it. Me talking about this is kind of like looking at EHG and saying like, this is the kind of build that ought to be using a Mad Alchemist Ladle. If this build doesn't, like, who's using Mad Alchemist Ladle? Could we buff it? Let's go buff it. All right, you and me, we're gonna get a buff together. All right. Good. Multi-strike, multi-smite, double red rings, lots and lots of defense. I love the looks of this, and I know that he has lots of damage. Last up, this is our first solo build. So our methodology for collecting all this information was first looking at all the non-solo stuff and doing a complete review of that, and then looking at the solo ladder and seeing if anything stood out above 500 waves in the arena. And this was a build that stood out to me. This was, I think it was the rank 1 build. I guess we can check this real quick, can't we? Arena, software, solo, VK. Yeah, so it was the rank 1 VK build with 762 in solo. And this is a Warpath build. So Warpath is back on the docket basically because of Clotho's Needle here. When I think about like a Void Knight, crits Warpath build, I would start by like dual wielding, and I would use like an Eye of Reen plus something else. But then you're dual wielding, you have fewer options for defense. Maybe you have to go like a different body armor instead of Titanheart. And like you're also taking % increased damage. So really a standout item that's been introduced in patch 1.2 is Clotho's Needle. So this thing is like the best the best two-handed sword base type in the game. And it's relegated to only being a unique item. So if you want this implicit modifier of 8 melee critical strike chance, I think it rolls from 5 to 8. I think that sounds right to me. Can I see it? I think it's 5 to 8. Let's see. Yeah, 5 to 8 melee critical strike chance as the implicit. If you can find a good version of this with just some damage or some crit multi or some attack speed, this is the kind of thing you just slap into a build and it's already so good. So the melee damage implicit and the melee damage explicit adds up to 180. And of course, it's not typed, it's untyped, which means it's adaptive, which means all of this becomes void damage. So it's all going to scale with like the more melee void damage per vitality. And like any other void damage increases that a Void Knight will get access to, which is a lot because they tend to like void damage over anything else. So that new item really puts this back on the radar. It's really good too. So I wouldn't expect this to be like the best build, and it's not the best build, but I know it's a fan favorite and I see that it's performing well here. And I know for a fact that this build farms monoliths super quickly. So I'm unsurprised to see someone take their build and try it out in an arena with success as well. So 700 waves there. Let's take a look at the next ones. Next up is Paladin. Whew. Oh, I guess it's worth noting, like, of course, Void Knight was the most popular. Paladin was also the most popular. You know that already, and you can kind of intuit that. I will tell you when we get to the 3 classes that were tied for the least popular, or the 3 masteries that were tied for least popular. So moving on to Paladin here, the highest Paladin build was, or I guess the build that people played was Judgment, which is unsurprising to you because Judgment was a build that was very, very popular in hardcore. There was a race for people in hardcore to kill Uber Aberoth first. People got $5,000 for winning, so shout out to them. Yeah, and a lot of those people, especially the hardcore ones, were playing this build right here. So this is a Judgment ground build. Like it's not aura on your character, it's just stacking the ground to the ground. So one thing that stands out is like Judgment has this node over here that repeatedly cleanses ailments on you. So in something like the Uber Aberoth fight, having access to this is a pretty good place to start your build. Beyond that, we have Vengeance, not only to generate mana, but also to give us some bonus defenses. And like, if you're around Last Epoch and you've been watching content recently, this build is again, super stock standard to you. What stood out to me, which is like kind of interesting about this build, is that we also have a Pale Ox. So when I've seen this build in the past, I've seen people using the Null Portent. Null Portent is the unique body armor that drops from Aberoth. So this thing here gives you some extra DR. Pale Ox is interesting. I haven't seen this variation, maybe y'all have, but Vengeance down here is being spec'd to summon a bunch of forged weapons. So we have a couple points over here for forged weapons per attunement, and then 1 point down here for some extra chance to summon forged weapons. So if we have any forged weapons, we're getting extra DR off of Mantle of the Pale Ox. I don't know if this is something that translates well into Uber Aberoth, because like your minions probably die pretty quickly, but in an arena situation where the ground is not necessarily all lava, your forged weapons can survive, and they can give you some extra DR. So I like this innovation here. I think it's a pretty neat one to have. Next up for Paladin, another build that kind of stood out to me. I should say that overwhelmingly, Judgment was the build that we saw most commonly. This one kind of stands out, kind of a weird one, but it was still above 500 waves. So shout out to this person. When I say shout out to this person, I should backtrack. The 1,079 waves on softcore Judgment Paladin. This is from user Goosey, Gusi. So shout out to them. This one, I don't know what this is. So this is a spell manifest armor build. All 3 of these Paladin builds are Merchant's Guild. This is manifest armor, spell damage, forge breath. It got buffed in like patch 1.0 or 1.1, somewhere around there it got buffed. But I never really saw anyone do anything with it. It just kind of like been a meme that people mentioned from time to time. And I remember years ago, people also tried to do something with this, but like it was awkward for some reason. Listen, I don't play Manifest Armor, and I certainly don't play minion builds, but it's adorable to see people take something like this, like it's stock standard Manifest Armor, But what if we did spell damage instead of melee damage or bleed or something else? But if you want to try something like off the beaten path, this looks like a reasonable build. It's solo minion using inheritance once again, using our double rings, using a staff for our forged breath down here on the manifest armor skill tree. Beautiful. I love it. That's all I can say. And the last one here for Paladin was a Sirpin's crit Javelin build. So I actually expected to see a Javelin build, but I expected it to be Electrify because I've seen a lot of Electrify builds when I poke around like Discord and when I poke around Twitch.tv. So I would expect people like take this node, or maybe at the very least take Spike Bombardment and also take Divine Fury. That's something that I would have expected to see as well. But this build stood out to me as like, it's Javelin. Javelin's buffed. We love Javelin, apparently. I don't, but other people do. And then it's just like Javelin, Fizz, Crit. So maybe I would expect to see this as a Forge Guard, perhaps, because like Forge Guard has good throwing nodes. But it's just straight up Paladin, taking advantage of one of the new Paladin nodes added, this Force of Devotion that I'm hovering over here, and then just being nice and tanky. So I like the looks of this. We have 42 Dexterity to go along with Sirpin's Fractal Tree. And then we do not have... Wait, what is this? Fire, Necrotic, and Void Penetration. Why do we have Fire, Necrotic, Void Penetration? Why do we have this thing? I don't know. Wait, suddenly I feel like I'm missing something. Because I know that this is a physical crit build. T7 physical damage, crit multi. I don't... Don't hold me to this. Cheesing the evade? Are they just cheesing the evade? Maybe they are. Okay. Don't lock me in on that. I'm not sure. But then I wanted to mention that they're not using Red Ring here. So let's take a look real quick on Shield Throw. I want to see, are they using the cooldown stuff? Yeah, so they have Shield Throw on a 6-second cooldown, giving a bunch of armor, some haste, some health gain per dexterity, some armor shred, Colossus stacks. Grants you additional armor and additional physical penetration, each one. Plus 4 ricochets, frenzy duration as well. So cooldown Shield Throw along with crits Javelin, or Fizz crit Javelin. Okay, cool. I love it. All right, so that is our Paladin stuff. And for Paladin, there was no appreciable difference between the solo and the non-solo ladders, so nothing stands out there. Let's move on to our next one, which is Forge Guard. There's 4 Forge Guard builds we're going to look like. So the first 3 are like normal builds, and the last one is one that stood out as different in solo. So this very first Forge Guard build was 2,918 waves as, in the arena. And this is from user Greatmaster. The reason that this particular build stands out to me is that it's the exact same build as the Void Knight build. So we started out this video by talking about a Void Knight with 1,300 waves in the arena, and that was the rank 1 Void Knight. This is the exact same build, but instead of 1,300 waves, it's 2,900 waves. So maybe Forge Guard is a better place to be when it comes to Manifest Armor. Who knows? But everything here is the exact same. If you want to see a discussion of this, go rewind to the very first Void Knight build that we covered there. Next up is a touch more interesting. I kind of like this one. We were trying to figure out whether this particular build was a Manifest Armor build, or is this an actual factual Forged Weapon build? So Forged Weapons got buffed quite a bit in Season 2, in patch 1.2. They fixed the bug with these with Phantom Grip. In the past, in Season 1.1, there was a bug where Phantom Grip, instead of saying like the stats in your gloves and your Forged Weapons, or apply to your Forged Weapons at 82% effect, it took the stats from all of your gear instead of just your gloves. So they fixed that. And then they also buffed Forged Weapons, and they also bug fixed Forged Weapons. So they were supposed to be taking 50% less damage in general, but they weren't. So some of the complaints about Forged Weapon squishiness has been addressed in Season 2, and it's really cool to see people experimenting with them again. So Forged Weapons takes a copy of your weapon. So this Sirpin's Fractal Tree has a bunch of melee attack speed, some melee critical strike chance, and a huge melee crit multi as the implicit to this item too. So love to see that. Let's poke around the build for just a moment. Vengeance is generating the brunt of our Forged Weapons here. In Forge Strike is spec'd for just giving the Forged Weapons as much damage as possible. And maybe we're using this on cooldown as well, just to generate a bunch of them. Sometimes in the past, you would take Forge Strike and you grab no cooldown as well. So you could just like generate a bunch of them when you need them. But I see that they're not doing that here. So maybe Vengeance is summoning enough, and maybe just Forge Strike whenever it's on cooldown every 4 seconds. Manifest Armor is here because they have minion scaling, and why not just include it? So this is not a Manifest Armor build. I would definitely call this a Forge Weapon build instead. And then Healing Hands gets to heal your minions, gives them some ward as well with his Guardian Chant node. And then Symbols of Hope generates defense for you and offense and defense for your allies there. So again, with the Manifest Armor, we see the Manifest Armor Force of Impact plus Mantle of the Pale Ox, which to me tells me that they're very likely snapshotting their Manifest Armor. So that's something that you should keep an eye out for if you're looking to replicate this build. Next up is our last non-solo Forge Guard build. This one's kind of cool, and while we were pulling this one up, it actually made someone in Twitch chat say like, hey, that's cool enough and interesting enough that I want to go play this build right now. So love seeing this kind of stuff, this kind of innovation. This is a Bleed Manifest Armor build. It is not a B build, believe it or not, but when you look at a unique item, well, it's got bees per 10 seconds in Spriggan form, which is useless. Bees, 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 bees. All of that text is completely useless, except the Bloodkeeper's Nest unique item. On the very bottom, it says your minions leech 4% of physical damage as health, and your minions can't deal crits, which basically means that you can use this on any bleed minion build and just use it as kind of a stat stick, ignore all the text, and get it with like 2, 3, or maybe even 4 LP if you're playing a Merchant's Guild. So that's a neat thing to see there. The rest of this, like a whole bunch of bleed items. You can click through this if you'd like to on your own, but like it looks strange at first glance, but while I was poking through it, like I'm kind of picking up what this build is putting down. So Manifest Armor, you'll note that we have the more physical damage over time multiplicative node over here. So that's our bleed scaling. And then Force of Impact, I don't see this thing, but even if they were snapshotting, this doesn't really do anything for their bleed build anyways. So love to see the innovation and people trying to think outside the box. The last build here for Forge Guard, this is a solo character, and it's also a COF character. I think, yeah, so every Paladin build that we looked at was Merchant's Guild. I'm not doing a good job shouting it out, but I'm going to try to do better with it. So this is the only Forge Guard build that was COF, and it's also the only Forge Guard build that stands out as kind of different in the solo bracket. This is a build that I've seen some streamers messing with as well. It's a great build, and I'm actually really happy that this exists because I'm kind of low on Forge Guard in general. I don't love the current state of him. I love Paladin. I love VK. I think that Forge Guard still needs some extra love, particularly with the skills down here. So this node was bugged. This node was bugged for a while because it was giving double penalty, and so instead of having 20% less damage, you get 40% less damage. So this did get fixed like a week or two into the 1.2 patch. So nice to see that people can use this without feeling too awkward about it. So this is a build that shield bashes. We need a shield for our shieldy bash over here. But then we also get to use Event Horizon, which gives 150% more melee damage. It penalizes you by saying that you have less and less and less and less attack speed, but Shield Bash does not scale on attack speed. So you get to just attack, use that 150% more multiplier. But this particular build is a little bit slow because Event Horizon penalizes your attack speed, penalizes your movement speed, and Forge Master's Might also penalizes your movement speed. So it's a little bit silly in that regard, but if you want damage, if you want to stun things, this thing will stun the bejesus out of stuff. So very cool to see that this build is even performing well in Arena 2. Next up, we're going to pivot to a third mastery. We're off of Sentinel at this point, and we're on to Marksman. And by Marksman, I mean rogue builds. So first up, we'll do Marksman, then we'll do Falconer, and then Blade Dancer after that. These were all not particularly well represented. Like, they're all fairly unpopular, but Marksman was the most popular of the three. So for Marksman, the very highest tier here, not so competitive because people were too busy playing Void Knight and Marksman, but this is 645 waves in the arena, and this user is Amhali, A-M-H-A-L-I, Amhali, so shout out to them. This is I'm going to call this like Heartseeker Bow Mage. So Bow Mage, for those of you who've been playing this game for a couple of years, is a very popular build in the past, which was using Rain of Winter and using Morning Frost and scaling just as much dexterity as you possibly can, and then typically using it with like with Flurry, Flurry just like have as many arrows go out as possible, and all those arrow bow hits would proc your Rain of Winter as well. And then, you know, Morning Frost scales the bow hits and it scales the Rain of Winter. Sometimes people were using with Detonating Arrow as well, because Detonating Arrow has like 3 different hits to it. So like that was an interesting way to go with the Bow Mage character. But Heartseeker seems to breathe new life into this whole Bow Mage archetype. So we're converting to our cold damage down here, so that all of our damage is cold. We have some recurve chance. I think, let's see, anything else stand out here? We have the puncture stuff as well. And then puncture spect for just like any more damage multiplier that's even relevant. And then having the Shadow Dagger node on the far right side. The Shadow Dagger node, we're not really attacking with puncture in this build, but you might as well take it because there's not much else to take. And in the chance that a monster gets hit with like 1 or 2 or 3 Shadow Daggers, they're going to take a big, juicy punch of damage because they're all fueled up by our Morning Frost, giving us 2 damage per 1 point of dexterity on those. And then of course they have like super high effectiveness of added damage. So it's a cool place to be for marksman. Love to see people using Pearls of the Swine. Just an amazing amulet here. This particular build, I'm not sure exactly what's going on. We kind of scratch our heads about it, but this person has all res while channeling on their Usunori Sphere, and they also have damage while channeling on their Pearls of the Swine. So maybe they were repurposing this from a different character. Maybe they whiffed a LP slam and it didn't quite get exactly what they wanted. But I don't think there's any channeling in this build. I just see this as something that happens to be included. So this build was 645 waves. Let's move on to another one here. For marksman, this build was overwhelmingly the only thing that people were using in the arena. So cool. In the solo ladder, on the other hand, there was one person doing one thing that was a bit different. And it even stands out because instead of 645, this person had 732 waves in the arena. So they were solo. They were the only person playing this build. They beat out the non-solo gamers. And what's more is this is Tunk. So Tunk makes Tunk Labs. You might be using that as another tool to investigate things in Last Epoch's backend. But Tunk has been playing Hail of Arrows longer than I have been playing Last Epoch. This guy found the build that he loves, and he literally only plays this. So Hail of Arrows is alive and well. There's lots of popular versions of it. There's versions that use the Ravager's Dart helmet to automate Heartseeker, to get these extra nodes up here, to get just a little bit of bonus duration. And a bonus duration, of course, gives you more damage and better uptime of your good damage off the Nowhere to Hide node in Hail of Arrows skill tree. What stands out to me about this is that they're using the Crystal Wind quiver here. There's other options for quivers that you can use instead, but Crystal Wind has this gain 4 stacks of Crystal Wind. Directly using a bow attack consumes up to 4 stacks and deals 12% more damage per stack. So Crystal Wind, this new quiver that was introduced in patch 1.2, really incentivizes you to have like one big hit and have that hit have as much duration as possible. So we have this combo-rific playstyle of generating a whole bunch of shadows off of Smoke Bomb, and maybe shadows off of not Dark Quiver. Nope, not off of this, just kidding. So generating shadows off of Smoke Bomb, and then on shift, we will have 20% more damage and 30% more damage off of these nodes. And then we'll have 48% more damage off of Crystal Wind because we're only really using one singular Hail of Arrows, and then we just stand around for a bit. So if that's not the playstyle that you like, don't play this build. There's other ways of playing it. You can play the bleed version as well. Very popular. People have been liking that. There's even just like non-combo versions of Hail of Arrows. But this, the fact that Tunk has been playing this build for longer than I've been alive is just like so funny because it's also doing very well on the ladder. So shout out to him. After Marksman, we're going to go on to the next Rogue Mastery, and that is Falconer. Falconer has 2 builds that we'll be talking about here. These are actually both COF builds, believe it or not. So the first one is User Abomination. They did the best on the solo ladder. Or sorry, I guess like non-solo ladder, but the best in the Falconer ladder. They did 802 waves, playing a low-life Ballista build, compiling all of this character in COF. So I don't know what their survivability looks like. Don't ask me. But they have no ward retention over here on their idols, just as much damage as possible. They're using Morning Frost to juice up all their damage. They're using Exsanguinous because, listen, don't ask me why they're using Exsanguinous, but just juicing as much possible damage as they can. So Falconer is here for utility. It's going to deal a bit of damage as well. It's like ambient damage plus the Falcon strikes. But the real belle of the ball is the Ballista here. What stands out to me is that they're fully spec'd into the potion drop. And then on the belt, you'll see that they have ward gained on potion use. And then they have mana gain on potion use, mana regeneration on potion use, potion converted to ward as well. So I kind of spec'd into having their defenses based off of ward, especially with the Exsanguinous thing here, especially with like they have 78 cold res, a tiny bit of ward retention scaling per cold res stuff here with the Frostbite Shackles, but just having a little bit of something. So that is the build that they put together here, and this is also the most popular Falconer build that we saw. This like ballista thing. A little bit of Umbral Blades, not spec'd into Shadow Daggers, a little bit of Umbral Blades procced off of Aerial Assault as well. So good. Love to see that. Oh, I guess I forgot about this node down here. Why are they using Exsanguinous? Convert the health gain from Healing Gust into ward at half effect. So all the nodes here converted to ward instead. There you go. There's your rationale for using Exsanguinous. I love that. Let's take a look at one more Falconer build while we continue. The other Falconer build that got a lot of popularity was this build is certainly more popular outside of Arena. The Ballista build is pretty popular in Arena, but this one's pretty popular outside of it. I would call this Falconer build the stock standard dive bomb Umbral Blades Falconer. So we're not going to use a dagger to apply Shadow Daggers off of Umbral Blades, because we certainly want to be using the bow that has 17 lines of text that all apply to juicing up our Falcon damage. So this is a Falcon Dive Bomb Shadow Falcon node or build here. This is a tremendous amount of damage. I don't know if this has been bug fixed, but Shadow Falcons currently apply like their full damage instead of applying 70% less damage. Yeah, like the minus 70% damage, like not applying. So we've seen people using Dive Bomb just like do a tremendous amount of damage to like Uber Aberoth, the new boss for the patch. But yeah, so the build should be worse. It's probably still going to be good because Falconer, like the whole of Falconer's mastery is just like completely insane. But someone took their Dive Bomb kind of stock standard boss killing or farming build into Arena, and they did pretty well with it there. This was fixed. God bless. Okay, so that Shadow Falcon stuff is fixed. Whew. Maybe Falconer can be fixed too someday. What does that mean? It means I don't like Falconer. Don't look at me. All right, so we're going to look at one more mastery for Rogue, and that is Blade Dancer. The notable thing about Blade Dancer here is that Blade Dancer, along with two other masteries that we'll get to later, were the least popular and had the least competition in Arena. So this build was 477 waves, which is under our 500 threshold for like looking at planners, but I wanted to feature something for what's going on in the world of Blade Dancer right now. So this is a 477 waves in softcore. Username is Emeralds with 2 Z's at the end. And this is a Smoke Weaver plus Trader's Tongue. Love the fact that they're using Pearls of the Swine. Just an amazing amulet. Couldn't be happier that people are using it. We again see people using Eliko's Invocation. So like maybe there's an argument to be using something like, I don't know, what could you use? You could use like the Intelligence Belt to get like better ward retention or something, but really just going all in on damage here. Like we have the ward gain on potion use, we have crit chance, we have crit multi, and I'm pretty sure this is the only belt in the game that has crit multi on it. So pretty cool to see like sneaking this belt into more builds. It's also fairly easy to farm one of these with, oh no, I'm thinking about the other one. I'm thinking about the Smite belt. The Smite belt's super easy to farm with LP. I'm actually not sure how easy it is to farm with this one with LP. In any case, we are low life. We have a tiny bit of ward retention. Let's take a look at their planning real quick. We have 0 points, Monka. We have 0 points in Argent Veil to generate Silver Shrouds. That surprises me. This node's really good, especially for 1 point. Huh. All right, well, I was sure that I was going to talk about this node as a focal point of being like low life. But at the very least, we do have all these points into a crit multi at low health. This used to be critical strike chance while at low health, and less damage taken while at low health, which kind of incentivizes you to be an Exsanguinous or the low life character. The change from being flat crit to being crit multi instead, it stops enabling some builds that really wanted that flat critical strike chance. But on the other hand, it does help you scale your things that always have 100% crit chance, like Shadow Daggers. So that's a pretty cool thing to see here. It's like a tiny little change from like 1.0 or 1.1 that kind of bolsters builds want to go low life and skill Shadow Daggers. So briefly hopping over the skills, we have daggers, we have Umbral Blades applying Shadow Daggers for us as well. We have Shift proccing our Shadow Cascade spec'd into more Shadow Daggers there, and then Smoke Bomb just generating more shadows so that when we do Sync Strike, we can throw as many Umbral Blades as we possibly can. We also have Ward Gain on Shadow Creation, so that's a good one to see. I just looked at the Sync Strike and I looked at the Smoke Bomb. So I'm trying to give like some good screen time to Blade Dancer because there's only one Blade Dancer build to look at. But Ward Gain on Shadow Creation, this is a reasonable form of defense as well. Ward Gain on Shadow Creation, tier 5, tier 6, and then a couple points into, I have no idea what I'm talking about. Well, that's Health Gain on Shadow Creation. Just kidding. Oops. I wonder if this should be, maybe they should add it. Should they add? All right, let's go make a poll. Should this node also have Ward Gain on Shadow Creation? I don't know. Maybe it should. But there you go. There's your Blade Dancer build. There's only one. Next up, we're going to look at a new mastery, or sorry, a new starting class. So we're going to move on to Acolyte. In the world of Acolyte, we're going to talk about Necromancer first. Necromancer is definitely the most popular of these. Warlock was not particularly competitive. It kind of surprised me that Warlock was not very competitive. And then Lich was once again competitive. So Lich will be a fun thing to talk about when we get there. In the world of Necromancer, we have two builds, and one of them is more popular. The Abomination build that people have been using fully takes advantage of snapshotting because why would you not? So this is user Yan Yan, who pushed 1,128 waves in the arena. So shout out to them. This is a, let's see. What can we say about it? I don't know what there is to say about it. I've never played Abomination. It's an abomination to play. I know that much. But we have Dreadshade was changed. Minion Rooted. That's kind of funny. Dreadshade was changed to have infinite duration. It used to have a duration, like you'd have to like resummon the Dreadshade itself. So extra quality of life there, which is cute. We have Summon Wraith to fuel the Dreadshade, or sorry, to fuel the wait, where is it? Oh god, do they spec out of it? Infernal Shade. Transplant. Oh, I'm looking at the wrong build. Oh, I'm like, what am I doing? Okay, so I was talking about one build. I was showing the wrong build on the screen. I apologize. I've never done this before. This is the A-Bomb build. Holy. Okay, so in A-Bomb here, we have our Summon Skeleton, our Summon Skeletal Mage, and a bunch of minions that will summon on the ground, including an Abomination. And then we'll summon the Abomination and get as much damage on it as possible. So Dreadshade is infinite. It no longer has a duration on it. And then we can slap an Infernal Shade on it as well. So that's that build. This person's gear, presumably they're moving their gear around, like they're snapshotting, unsnapshotting. So this is the gear that I can look at here. I don't know exactly what it looks like, but I wanted to share it with you anyways. Moving on to the other one that I've already showed 1 second ago. This is the other build. So I guess just for the sake of consistency, like this was the 1,128 waves. This was Yan Yan's build, the highest Necromancer build. This one, on the other hand, seems to be less popular. This is the Wraithlord build. The Wraithlord build does not get to take advantage well of the new Inheritance Amulet, the one that targets one particular minion. Yeah, the Inheritance of the Erased every 10 seconds gives them buffs. So it does not get to take advantage of that. So instead, we're using a Death Rattle here. But Wraithlord, for as long as it's been around, I'm pretty sure that it hasn't really changed much. Mantle of the Pale Ox, again, is like one of the strongest items that's been introduced in this current patch because it gives you so much defense for your own character here. I don't think there's much that stands out. Definitely uses snapshotting. Why wouldn't you? That's like what A-Bomb is all about. But you can view, or sorry, that's what Wraithlord stuff is all about as well. So is it? I say that so flippantly. I'm pretty sure it is. Can you snapshot Wraithlord? You definitely snapshot A-Bomb. Instead of waiting for Twitch chat to clarify whether you can snapshot Wraithlord, we're just going to continue, okay? Let's move on to the next Acolyte Mastery here. We're going to look at a Warlock build. There's only one Warlock build that we're going to be looking at here. This is a COF gamer at 262 waves. This was user Kaya, K-A-E-A. So we can tell like this character is like kind of low level. What really stands out is the use of Runestone here instead of looking at something else instead. You're 90% sure that you can snapshot Wraithlord? Got it. Okay. Thank you for clarifying that. So we see like a handful of, low level items like tier 6 modifiers instead of tier 7 modifiers. But this is the kind of thing that people are thinking about when they're going into their arena builds. So this is stacking a bunch of necrotic resistance. And then we have just like kind of normal looking, it's post nerf, but it's still good. Chthonic Fissure plus Torment. The kinds of, there is a build for Warlock that I'm surprised that I don't see here. There's a new relic that allows you to scale Witchfire. Let's see if we can pull it up real quick. Witchfire, Downfall of the Righteous. I didn't find anyone who was playing on the arena ladder who is trying to use one of these. I don't know how it performs in arena, but like if you'd ask me like what does Warlock builds look like outside of arena, like the rest of Last Epoch, I would assume that this, the Witchfire relic is like the most popular thing that's going on. It's good and it's new and flashy, so that's like a good combination for people wanting to mess around with it. So this is what's going on with Warlock here at 262 waves. Moving on from that, we have the third of the 3 masteries for Acolyte, and this is Lich. So we have 2 builds plus 1 solo build that we'll be looking at here. This first Lich build is the highest in the arena. It's 893 waves from user Estheon. Estheon. So this is a Stygian Coal build. Lich has not been changed much over the past 1,000 years. It's basically remained unchanged, and it's still strong, but the people who have played it, and they'd like to try out other things instead. One of the very few like new-ish things going on in the world of Lich is Stygian Coal. So when Warlock was released, we got access to like Poison Overload and Bleed Overload. So there's a couple Overload builds or like Ailment builds that get to make use of those. But you can also just play crit. So this user is playing a crit Stygian Coal build using a Mad Alchemist Ladle. It does make me wonder the prevalence with which I've seen Mad Alchemist Ladle replaced in builds using a, what's it called? The Wrong Warp instead. I do wonder whether Wrong Warp would be better, but this person's at 893 waves in the arena with 4,000 life and double red rings. Like, I have to assume that they've thought about this. Surely they have the justification for this, and it's probably better. So I would defer to this build in choosing between those 2 unique wands. So a shout out to this person for getting that far. The next Lich build that we're going to take a look at is loading up here. This Lich build is a Infernal Shade build. So the first build was COF. COF at the top of the ladder for Lich. COF. This next one is a Merchant's Guild build using Infernal Shade. So Infernal Shade got some hype at the beginning of this patch because it got some buffs in terms of damage, I believe. So taking all these explosion nodes on the very far left side of the skill tree, using it for damage. Volatile Zombies, using it for, looks like health generation down here. No, what is it being used for? Oh, sorry. Cast Infernal Shade on death. Okay, gotcha. Summon your volatile zombies. When they die, they turn into Infernal Shades, and your Infernal Shades go boom. I see Aura of Decay here. Aura of Decay is something that you can snapshot. I don't know if they did snapshot it, so I can't speak to that. And then Death Seal Reperform looks like pretty stock standard stuff here, so nothing too much to say there. Mantle of the Pale Ox. I could poke around their mastery a little bit to see if anything is like generating extra skeletons, for example. So yeah, Harvested Legions. We're summoning zombies. We're summoning skeletons. These things are going to be there. And even though we're trying to blow them up as well, they still give us some extra defense off of Mantle. So love seeing this item pop up. Super strong item. I'm kind of surprised how strong it is. Is it going to get nerfed? Is it? Maybe, perhaps. So there. Maybe. All right. So EHG, just tune out. Don't watch this video anymore. But man, it's a really strong chess piece, isn't it? Moving on to our last Lich build. There's one Lich build that really stood out as the solo ladder. And this, of course, is from Mau Mau X. If you've been around Last Epoch for a while, you know that Mau Mau streams periodically, makes some YouTube content periodically, and he's a friend of the channel here. So he's been playing Lich for as long as Last Epoch has existed. He plays an awful lot of this one particular build. He tells me that he got sick of using a Stygian Coal. He didn't want to hear that sound effect going on anymore in his brain, and he wanted to try doing something else instead. So this is the, I think it's the best performing non... Oh, man, you know what? If I'm going to say those words, I might as well look it up. Let's go look it up real quick. Ladders, solo... Where's my Lich? Ladder solo Lich. Not the best performing. So, all right, Amon waiting for patch 1.3, Mao waiting for patch 1.3. Cool, love that. All right, so Mao is like doing Amen is doing a very similar thing using CG and Cole, but Mao wanted to try something else instead. It's funny because I know both of them and like they're both friends of the channel who make content periodically. So this build, without further ado, is a Lich build that notably does not use Death Seal, which is a huge divergence from now how you would normally expect people to be playing a Lich. Basically, if you're not using Death Seal, you have to have a very good reason for it. Sometimes, like during patch 1.0, for example, when like Ward was kind of out of control, people just went low life and they just had, 10, 20, 30,000 Ward. And that was a pretty good excuse not to be using Death Seal, even though Death Seal is a crazy powerful skill. So if you have a good reason not to use Death Seal, you can not use Death Seal. This particular build does spec Reaper Form, does spec Bone Curse. We have Bone Curse shenanigans going on down here. So we're specking into the Bone Prison Wall. The Bone Prison Wall summons a bunch of minions. It's a wall, but they're minions, so you can sacrifice them. Like with this skill called Sacrifice. So we're Bone Curse, making a bunch of minions on the ground. We are sacrificing them, but we're also taking this Flickering Shadows node down here. And this node in Sacrifice is kind of the point of the build. If you cast Sacrifice while you have at least one minion, all of your active Infernal Shades have their remaining duration reduced to 2, but they deal significantly more damage. So we have a Infernal Shade not exploding. This is not an exploding Infernal Shade build. Just dealing a whole bunch of DPS, fire spell damage over time, juiced up by the Flickering Shadows node here. So a lot of cool technology here. Innovation in a place where I can't imagine that there's still innovation. But in patch 1.3, for those of you out of the loop, it will be a Necromancer plus Lich patch. So if you like minions, if you like Necros, or even if you like Lich and you want to see something new finally added to the game, 1.3 Season 3 will be for you. So that is the end of the Acolyte builds. Let's take a look next at Primalist. Let's pull up these here. First up for Primalist, we have two builds we're going to look at. One of them is, I guess they're both Merchant's Guild, which is neat. The Shaman build that we're looking at here is the rank 1 overall. So this is 3,208 waves in the arena. Very, very cool. This is a build that's been proven in the past, but there is a tiny bit of technology, and there are some things that have changed in patch 1.2 that I want to mention briefly. So you'll see that they don't have much HP. They have 1,200 life. You'll see that they have 40 mana regeneration, which should clue you onto something. One of the strongest things that you can do across any Primalist right now, and you're going to see this as we talk about the other Primalist builds, is like this Tornado plus Gathering Storm interaction. So in the past, Tornado has procced Lightning Bolts. In the present, Tornado procs Gathering Storm. So Stormbolt is a sub-skill of Gathering Storm, and if you spec your Gathering Storm skill tree to deal a bunch of damage, lo and behold, your Tornado Lightning proc Stormbolts will deal more damage as well. What really stood out to me about this character, so for those of you not in the know, we're going to stand in one place, we're going to hold down right click and spam like a whole bunch of tornadoes all around the screen, lots of clutter, and have like really, really high coverage of every monster in the arena. So that's kind of what's going on here. It's like spamming tornadoes. What stands out to me is that this build is not scaling lightning damage. And we have 179 attunement. Holy moly, that's a lot. So this matters. Like this node is sitting right here waiting for us. It says you and your minions have additional spell lightning penetration per 5 points of attunement. So two per 5. This is a tremendous amount of lightning penetration that we have access to that we've opted not to take. So if you were playing like a bossing build, maybe you would pivot this and be a lightning damage version instead. But in the world of Arena, you care more about survivability. You care more about CCing monsters, controlling them and stunning them and freezing them. So we have Gathering Storm spec'd into cold damage. We have 2 little cheeky points into freeze rate just to get all the way over here to the right. So winter comes. It gives us freeze rate multiplier per 2 attunement. And then it also gives us a little bit of frostbite penetration. But the frostbite penetration, not that important because we are scaling a lot of crit multi. We are trying to deal critical spell damage. But frostbite, of course, gives us a way to lower the enemy's resistance to freeze. I forget exactly what the word is, but if you apply a bunch of frostbites, it makes it easier for you to actually freeze the enemies. This, allowing us to scale attunement, which gives us flat damage on Gathering Storm, which also gives us mana regeneration, which also gives us better freeze rate multi for our skill, kind of gives us like incidental freezes that we're incidentally speccing into and buffing up while, like, we're not like specifically building, just freeze rate multi, for example. But lo and behold, we even have a little bit of freeze rate multi on our Soulfire here. So we have more spell damage to ignited enemies. We have some ignite somewhere in the build, and just a tiny bit of ignite gives us that more multiplier there. We have Hand of Judgment, only specifically used for the attunement roll, ignoring all of the other text on this. Attunement here, attunement there, bunch of crit multi. And Urzel's Pride stands out to me as something that's been buffed in Season 2 for patch 1.2. In the past, this was 1 mana regen. Sorry, it was a 1 per... Was it 1, 2? Was it 1 to 1? 1 per 1? It was like 1.4 or something. So this, I think it was 1% increased mana regeneration per 4 uncapped lightning res. I think it's something like that. But Urzel's Pride is better these days at generating mana regeneration. So love to see that being featured here. Like, we don't need that much defense. We just need coverage, mana regeneration, a tiny bit of freeze to slow the enemies down, and we can just like kill those enemies before they can even touch us. It was 1, okay, thank you. Twitch chat's helping me. It was 1 per 3 in the past, and now it's 1 per 2. Got it. So a little bit better mana regeneration there. The other, so yeah, by the way, for Shaman, this is like easily far and away the most popular build. We kind of had to like dig to find a different Shaman build that people were playing, but there was another one that was being featured above 500 waves in the arena. So I want to call this up real quick. It's a different Merchants Guild Shaman build, and this one instead doing a Storm Totem character. So I had to ask a couple of people who were watching live while we were digging through all the data, figuring out how this build works. But this is a build that stays in Spriggan form, summons a whole bunch of Thorn Totems, and then while you're in form, just makes use of Stormcarved Testament. It does have an 8-second cooldown on that second to last line of text, 12% chance to summon a Storm Totem on hit. So it does have an 8-second cooldown, but if you can make it work and like summon a bunch of Thorn Totems have some damage. They're going to be killing monsters as well. But you have a Storm Totem as well that's giga juiced up with Thunder Totem in the bottom middle of the skill tree. So it says, if you have at least 3 other totems when you summon a Storm Totem, up to 5 are consumed to give it more damage, health, and size per totem consumed this way. So 20% more per totem that you consume. And we're going to be summoning a whole bunch of Thorn Totems. So maximum totems here and plus maximum totems over here as well. So that is a cool way to stay in form. Again, we're making use of Mantle of the Pale Ox. It's so good because we're summoning our totems over and over, and we're always going to have something to redirect damage to. So yeah, it's a very neat build. Love to see that this is something else people are experimenting with instead of just the Tornado Gathering Storm thing there. Let's move on to another one. In Primalist, we have Beastmaster next. I don't know if you've noticed this yet, but for each class that we're doing, we're going from like most popular to least popular. So Shaman was the most popular representation in Arena, Beastmaster next, and of course that means Druid's going to come after that. So in Beastmaster, the highest waves we found were 893 waves. This was user WGWG, and this is a solo Scorpion build in Merchants Guild. So I think this is stock standard. Wait. Oh, looking at the wrong one. There we go. Ta-da! I've done this before. I keep clicking on the second tab instead of the first tab. This is the highest build, 893 waves from user WGWG, solo Scorpion Merchants Guild. A couple things to shout out here, which may look funny or interesting. We're dual wielding shields, so love to be super tanky. We have our Inheritance of the Erased, which again really stands out from patch 1.2. This got added to the game, and it really incentivizes you having like a solo companion build or just one minion that you're juicing up instead of a bunch of small ones. The Ravager's Dart helmet stands out to me. I think Ravager's Dart is there to apply ailments, which is weird. So like we have this thing down here, 28% chance on hit to grant one of your minions Aspect of the Spider, and like it doesn't stack. Okay, so it's kind of a weird helmet. I was scratching my helmet. Oh my god, I can't believe I said that. I was scratching my head trying to figure out why Ravager's Dart was here. I think it's to make Dedication of the Erased, like the Aspect of the Spider down there, more consistent. And I also think it's to... There's something else that's like consistency as well, right? Because like this is not on cooldown, so we don't need that. So we can swipe for health on melee hits, damage taken on block, frailty. I think it's frailty as well. Yeah, it's a head scratcher. Like maybe there's a different helmet that you could use instead, but it's adorable. Like thinking about using Ravager's Dart, like all of a sudden I'm thinking about this in like my own builds. Is there a build that I have that I wish could just hit a little bit more often? For example, I know that there are builds in the past that like have like one big Erasing Strike. Like, bear with me for a moment. There's an Erasing Strike build right now that I guess like the meta one just like has no cooldown and just goes bonk, 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 bonk. In the past, there's been different Erasing Strike builds that kind of juice up and like kind of enter the Konami code and have one big Erasing Strike that deals like 30 million damage to the dummy, for example. So in a build like that, it might be interesting to have a helmet that has a random proc associated with it that kind of like, you know, keeps ticking. And then you could have things like Armor Shred or Frailty or Chill or Slow to like kind of keep the enemies at bay while you're lining up like your perfect like amount of damage, like your perfect combo before you hit your one big shot. So this is a cool helmet to think about outside of just being a rogue helmet there. So super neat there. That was our, let's see, this is a Beastmaster. Yeah. Solo Scorpion. Good looking stuff here. The other Beastmaster build that I want to shout out here. First of all, I assume that every minion build is Snapshot. So surely this is Snapshot as well. The other one gets a huge shout out for snapshotting because this is a Beastmaster Stormcrow build in Merchant's Guild. What we know about from EHG when they were showing us data about the kinds of people and the kinds of builds have been taking down Uber Aberoth, there were a lot of Beastmasters who've been taking down Uber Aberoth, and there's been some publicity on social media and on Twitch.tv as well about people just like snapshotting their Stormcrows and having gazoonga damage and just like really tearing Uber Aberoth apart without much of a hassle. So yeah, if Stormcrows deal a ton of damage, and the issue with Stormcrows has always been that they're kind of squishy, but if you can just have 2 sets of gear, you kind of fix that issue, don't you? So this is undoubtedly a snapshot Stormcrow build. We're using Tempest Strike with this Scheme of the Architect up here, juicing up their damage, and then Swipe on cooldown, giving us more access to the active ability from Stormcrows. Maelstrom and Warcry just kind of tie the room together there. So yeah, super strong build. It wasn't the highest. My boy Scorpion got the most waves in the arena, but Stormcrows also showing a strong performance in the arena as well. Next up, the last of the 3 Druid Masteries. The last of the 3 Primalist Masteries will be Druid. And there's one Druid build that I'll be showing you to you today. This is 1,357. So 1,357 waves in the arena from user Arimind. Arimind, something like that. All right, so shout out to them. 1,357 waves. This is a CWF character, which is neat as well. Before we dig into this character, I do want to say that Blade Dancer was one of the 3 least popular masteries on the arena ladders. So Blade Dancer, Druid is the second one. There are not a lot of Druid gamers out there, specifically in the arena, but probably outside of the arena as well. Not much change with Druid, so there's not a lot of people who are exploring it. This build, on the other hand, is something that I would call like one of the strongest builds of the previous patch in patch 1.1, and it's just better in 1.2. So it's not necessarily new. If you're sick of it, you wouldn't play it again. If you're like a new player coming back every year or so, this isn't something that would be on your radar. But this is Tornado Bear. So we said at the beginning with Shaman that one of the strongest things going on in all of Primalist right now is this interaction of Tornado plus Gathering Storm. So once again, we have Tornado plus Gathering Storm. In Werebear form, we have 1 spell damage per strength. And then we have 60 strength here, 103 attunement. Attunement's giving us flat spell damage in Gathering Storm as well. And then, let's see, what else happens? Yeah. Double the damage on Maelstrom as well, sure. Let's see, what else are we getting from our attunement stacking? Over here, of course, you and your minions have additional spell lightning penetration per 5 points of attunement. So we are stacking attunement, and even using this, we have crit avoidance per 5 attunement there. So some people periodically talk about like, how do I decide between going crit avoidance or do I go like fortify and like the reduced bonus damage taken from critical strikes instead? And like in a vacuum, reduced bonus damage taken from critical strikes is better because it's instead of being binary, it's non-binary. It is like it's scalar. Like if you have 99% of it, it's still very, very good. But if you have 99% of chance to avoid, you might still get crit, for example. But this build, stacking attunement, we already have a lot of access to reduced bonus damage taken, or sorry, a lot of access to crit avoidance. So getting a crit avoidance blessing here is a nice way to round out our crit defense. So this is an example of that kind of decision making. Not too much new stuff going on in this patch. There's 2 new items that I see here. Grasp with the Blood Mage is sweet. It gives us spell critical strike chance. Very cool. Also gives us spell damage and leeches health. Always want more access to that. And then the Brewmaster's Buckle. I love this thing. Man, it's got so many cool interactions. But this is maximum health gained as endurance threshold when you use a potion. And yes, it stacks. So if you have a way of generating a bunch of potions, maybe you should consider having this kind of thing as well, because having your entire life bar covered by endurance is a hell of a place to be for defense. Urzel's Pride is another. It used to be 1 per 3 uncapped lightning resistance, so this is better at generating mana for us now. But while we're in Werebear form, we're not really going to care about that. So this build, if you haven't seen it, it's going to spam a whole bunch of tornadoes in human form. It's going to transform into a Werebear, and it's going to run and rampage. So while we are rampaging, we get 20% more lightning damage. So this helps us not only with mobility, but it helps us to get some extra bonus damage. So because of the way that Tornado makes a new Gathering Storm Stormbolt, while you're rampaging, that one has 20% more damage on it. So pretty strong build right there. Love to see that. Next up, we're going to take a look at the last of the 5 starting classes. And can you believe that the most popular mage mastery is Spellblade? I did not expect that. So Spellblade was not particularly competitive, but it was the most popular of the 3 mage starting classes when it comes to Arena. So the build that we're showcasing here, this is from user Wei Min. User Wei Min had the highest waves at 300. But they didn't have any gear on their character. So I grabbed a different planner instead. The only difference is I know that Wei Min was using a, what's it called? An Eye of Reen in their Shatter Strike build, instead of this user who opted into double Scissor of Atropos instead. So this is the kind of build that people are using in Spellblade. It also looked to be like definitely the most popular Spellblade build that people were trying to build. So this is a crit Shatter Strike build. What's interesting to me is like Scissor is a new item. It is a royal pain, in my humble opinion, to farm up a good version of this. But if you're playing Merchant's Guild, you can just buy it. So I don't know, Merchant's Guild's pretty good. So Scissor is a crazy strong item and has a very good base attack rate of 1.2. And then it has plus levels to melee skills, which really stands out because melee skills tend to have some pretty good nodes you can spec into. A lot of good, like more multipliers or quality of life or bigger AoE for that example. Shatter Strike also makes very good use of having plus levels to skills. So much so that we have +2 on our Wings of Argentus with no defensive modifiers. We have Scissor with +2 again, +2 again. And then I think Shatter Strike is on. Yeah, Shatter Strike is on the body armor, +4 levels there. And then 2 more on Nihilist, just an awful lot of plus levels to our skills. So, I don't know if it's like exactly stock standard because I haven't looked at Shatter Strike in a while, but I do know that the meta way of playing playing Shatter Strike is with Diathaean's Bloody Nib. So it puts a lot of bleed stacks on you, but the payoff is having an astronomical amount of damage. So that's kind of what I expect this build to be. Like, not a lot of defense, kind of just wants to be in the thick of it, wants to be hitting as many enemies as possible, wants to have just barely enough defense to stand there, hold down right click, and generate just a tiny bit of ward, and have huge damage to like kill everything before it can kill you. So this is the kind of thing people are trying as Spellblades right now. After that, we have the second most popular Mage Mastery, and we have one build to showcase here. I was struggling for like, what do I call this Rune Master build? And like, listen, I come from the world of Magic the Gathering a long time ago, and like a deck attribution or build attribution, I feel like to call this like John's build or Jimmy's build or Sally's build, like this person really needs to be closely tied to a build for me to have any interest in calling it like Joe Schmo's build. Because in the most part, in an action RPG, we have like, here's Shatter Strike, and we're going to scale Crit Multi. And if you put them together, you have a Crit Shatter Strike build. Like, we're kind of just playing with Legos, and a lot of those Lego pieces are predetermined by EHG when they add them into the game. This one is just slightly out of the box, and it's out of the box enough, and there's enough popularity around Frozen Sentinel that I'm happy to call this Frozen Sentinel's build. This user here got 1,098 waves in the arena. This user is Jess Rabbit. Twitch chat tells me that Jess Rabbit is a content creator as well. Maybe they stream periodically too. So if you don't want to call this the Frozen Sentinel T-Pose build, you could instead call this a Brand of Deception mana guide character. So what's going on here, it's enabled primarily by the new set crafting that's been added to the game. So the tier 7 version of the Velatria Helmet affix says 1% shock chance per intelligence, which by itself is not OP, except for the fact that down here with Branded Deception, it stacks one time, it puts one big damage over time on the enemy, and it deals 1% more damage per shock chance. So we can once again just be a super tanky character by building a bunch of strength, turning that into armor, and then with Cleaver Solution, turn that into our intelligence, or sorry, turn that into intelligence, turning it into shock chance, which becomes more damage on Brand of Deception. So this character is interesting because it also gets to use a fundamental criterion. I think this build uses Plasma Orb as its runic invocation. If Twitch chat wants to clarify that for me, you can. But I think it's a Plasma Orb build. I'm not actually sure. It actually is. Plasma Orb is a dexterity stacking thing, isn't it? Okay, well, I'm going to keep yapping, but if someone wants to clarify for me which runic invocation they end up using, that'd be happy as well. So, there is a tiny bit of shenanigans that goes along with Frostwall. So this build doesn't snapshot a minion, but you get to snapshot your aspirant's arrival right here. So putting out a Frostwall, waiting for a couple seconds, and then walking through the Frostwall will snapshot some of your damage. They use Plasma Orb for clear, and they use Covenant Arc for bosses. Okay, thank you, Twitch chat. Appreciate you. Of course, because we have so much strength, we can use a Bastion for maximum block chance. Double red rings because we are interested in stats, and also we already have so many stats. Yeah, just like a super strong build. Love to see this kind of thing. Mana Guide stands out to me as, so we have the Brand of Deception from the shock chance scaling on the helmet. So like a really good example of set crafting being relevant for strong endgame builds. But this Mana Guide amulet is also brand new. So I've been using this on a couple characters just to get mana regeneration. It goes up to 70 mana regen, and then you can LP more mana regen onto it. So you could just use this on some kind of shaman build that wants as much mana regen as possible. For this particular Runemaster build, and then for some Sork builds that I've seen as well, they use Mana Guide for the purpose that's written on it. So they channel Focus. Focus gives you some very relevant defensive nodes as well, and then like less damage taken from chilled enemies, and then some extra procs, and it will also proc some Lightning Blast for you. So they just they T-pose around, they channel Focus, and while you're focusing, you can still move at the same time. So that is a pretty cool use of like the new items added to the game. And with a patch in 1.2 where Runemaster really didn't change much, having this and having like the set affix there, like these two things were new, and that's why the build exists, and it's why it's so interesting. So I love seeing a bunch of moving pieces like this. So this was a COF Gamer, Jess Rabbit, 1098 waves, and it's also the only Runemaster build that really stands out here. Last, we have one more mastery here. Tied for Druid and Blade Dancer, we have Sork. So those were all three the least popular, they had the least representation in all of the arena builds that people were putting together. So this, not particularly competitive once again, this character was 505 waves in the arena. So over the 500 threshold, shout out to them. This user was Griffin, and they were playing a Mana Guide Lightning Blast character. So this is not using Branded Deception, of course, because Branded Deception is a Runemaster only thing. But as far as I can tell with this character, they're using Mana Guide, and they're just using Focus itself and the Lightning proc and Focus to deal some damage. And it's going to proc Lightning Blast. There's spec into Lightning Blast for some extra single target stuff down here. Some extra Halo effect, which just got changed to scale with the rest of the tree, like it did in the past. I'm kind of surprised not to see Shatter Shock here. I know that Shatter Shock is a super strong node because it's two separate more multipliers in the same node. So I wonder if you could work that in there somehow. But we do have Spark Charges here. That surprises me because we don't have a Spark Charge offhand. Curious to see that there. I would like to innovate with this perhaps. But then Static, of course, got changed in patch 1.2. It is a bit better for proccing Lightning Blast, and it will have a chance for +4 chains. So that's really cool. I wonder if on our belt we do. Hooray! New stuff. So champion affixes are not widely used, and I wouldn't say they fall flat, but like they're really hard to incorporate into a build. Some of the champion affixes that were introduced in 1.2 are like a bit niche. Some of them are on weird base types. And of course, farming up a good version of a good one is very difficult because you can't craft with it. It's always sealed. So if it drops on a belt, but it's a bad belt base type, your endgame character still might not want to use it. So for this one here, we have a chance for Lightning Blast to chain 4 additional times, which is a very strong line of text. Love to see that. And for them, it dropped on a Praetorian belt, which is a great endgame body, or a great endgame belt, which rolls up to 250 flat armor as that implicit there. So they got mana regen, lightning damage, health, crit reduction. Yeah, love to see that kind of thing here. The last thing that stands out for me about this particular character is they're using a Fractured Crown. So that's a really interesting thing to me. I'm going to check their mastery real quick. There's damage dealt to mana. Yeah, there we go. Runic or mana bulwark. Damage dealt to mana before health. And like, if we're using focus and we're always channeling focus, like we have reduced benefit of mana regeneration while this is happening, right? It says mana regeneration from focus is half as effective, but we still have good AoE damage. We still have like Fractured Crown giving us 50% damage dealt to mana before health. Like, love to see this kind of thing. You should know, in case you haven't seen like things like this before, damage dealt to mana before health kind of has damage reduction built into it. Every 1 point of mana covers 5 health, I think. So it's not quite as scary as you would think that it is. Like coming from Path of Exile, for example, where it's like 1-to-1. Like when you do damage dealt to mana, there is like a tiny bit of shenanigans that go into it, which makes it easier for you to deal with. Of course, this person also has 2,000 mana, so it looks like they dealt with it quite well. Love to see it. Love it. Oh, spell damage while channeling. Spell damage while channeling. That's interesting. I like it. Cool. So this was the highest performing COF, I guess like COF as a happenstance, but this is the highest performing Sorc build in Arena. Happens to be COF. Very interesting that it's a damage dealt to mana build. In solo, in the world of solo, this build did not perform particularly well, but it was an interesting thing to shout out. And I think, let me pull this up again. I think that this was the highest in solo, not mage. Whoops, not mage. Where is it? I'm going Sorc. Yeah, okay, so it's the highest. Not particularly competitive, but we're still going to talk about it because it's interesting. So this is a 284 waves in solo COF ladder. And this person opted to go low life. So I just wanted to shout it out. Like, people are still experimenting with these kinds of things. This is a low life Frostbite Frostclaw character. So Frostbite Frostclaw, we're going to be grabbing these nodes in the Runemaster skill tree, converting Armor Shred into Frostbite Chance. And then in the Sorc skill tree, we're not getting too much out of it, but we are getting access to like Arcane Avalanche, I guess, some cast speed nodes, some cooldown recovery speed. When I look at this, like I look at the top of the skill tree here, like what am I gaining by being this? I'm getting spell damage, but I'm not scaling spell damage. Mana is not really helping me here, and like these nodes, they're not doing too much here. So I'd be interested to see like a Runemaster version of this as well, just to see like what's the same, what's going to be different. So we have a tiny bit of Frostbite stuff. We're using a Wrong Warp. In the past, I tried using this with a Scepter instead, with like the minus mana cost Scepter. But Wrong Warp, it's got damage on it. It's got spell damage. I guess it has a lot of cast speed too. Yeah, I guess if we use Teleport, we get another 35 cast speed, and we're using like we're either major acolytes, we actually get to make use of the Chrono Warp stuff there. What stands out to me about the Frostclaw portion of this, it's like normally when I would build a Frostclaw, I would take this node on the very bottom, this Hand of Morditis, to get those extra projectiles, but it would also increase my mana cost. So maybe if you don't increase the mana cost, maybe you can still take the Volley, where it's a bunch of individual projectiles, and you can still take all of these repeat nodes here, and then still grab the Elemental Nova. So maybe it's like a mana cost consideration, and I would expect that it is, because like it's a very obvious node to take otherwise. And then Ele Nova spec'd for a bunch of more damage multipliers, a little bit of extra AoE, and the minus mana cost over here just to tie the room together. So, of course, in Frostclaw, we have our Ice Barrage, 1 point over there, giving our Ice Barrage, and then on the very bottom left of Ice Barrage, we have 60% more global cold damage. So I like to see that people are still trying to innovate with this. I'd be interested in seeing a Rune Master version. I'd be interested in seeing a non-low life version as well. It's like what's good, what's bad, which one's better. And I guess I'm thinking over here, this node is chance to refund mana cost, additional spell damage. So this character is like level 99, I think, right? 99. I guess if you're going to go as Sork and you're going to do these big mana things, I'd be interested in seeing like what's this build look like if we're also including Archmage. Because like we have, I guess, 300 mana here. Can we get more mana? Can we get like more mana? Oh, I don't know. So there's a lot of moving pieces, and I don't think it's like solved, right? So this is 284 waves in Arena, so it's not particularly competitive. We know that Sork is one of the least competitive and least popular things going on right now, but people are still trying to innovate, and like we don't know what the right answer is. So if you're interested in exploring, this seems like an interesting place to be. I like it. Very cool. So that covers it. That is covering every single mastery, at least one build for every single mastery in Last Epoch right now. Kind of a review of what's going on in the arena for patch 1.2. I love to see this kind of thing. Like, I don't play arena myself, but I've done lots of arena in the past. Specifically, I've done like the short form weekend races that used to exist in Last Epoch a long time ago, before 1.0, before we had online play for Last Epoch. So those aren't supported right now, but like, man, I got into Last Epoch when there were community races, and I got into Last Epoch when there's like a good reason to play in the arena, because it was a lot of fun. There's a lot of camaraderie around that. So even though I don't personally play arena anymore, I'm glad that we still get to do reviews and see what people are doing in arena. And man, every time I make one of these videos, I wonder, like, is EHG gonna watch this video? Are they gonna remember those community races that used to happen in the past? Because oh my goodness, they were so much fun. Like, give me some kind of private league that I can opt into for a weekend and just like race and do as many waves in the arena as I can. It was a fun time back then, but people still enjoy doing arena right now. And I certainly still enjoy doing a review of it right now to see what they are doing. If you like this kind of content, make sure to leave a comment on the video. Let me know what kind of stuff you want to see in the future, or maybe what builds or variations you are playing or you are seeing within your friend group or circle of people who are playing Last Epoch right now. Cool. All right, so that does it. This is a super long video. It doesn't need to be any longer. If you like this kind of stuff, like, subscribe, do that kind of thing. I'll see you next time. Love it. All right. Whew. That's a bug, not snapshotting? Oh, whatever. I assume, Valinov, when you say that, that's the Frostwall stuff, right? It kind of snapshots it. It's a bug that snapshots. Cool. That was a long video. Love it. All right, now we gotta upload that, and I have a million tabs open right now. Holy. How long was that video? Let's go see. A lot of talking. But you know what? It was only an hour and 15 minutes. Done. Did I review 1.1? I think so. I'm pretty sure I did. Should I go check? Let's go. Yeah. Did I do it, dog? This was a 1.1 review, exactly like we just did. Pew pew. Love it. Let's go here, upload this thing. Let's go pew pew some monsters. I was worried at one point that I was going too fast. I'm glad I didn't. Let's see. Let me click some YouTube buttons real quick. Click this button, click that button, do. Let's go here. All right, good. Click this, click that. And that'll be up in the morning. I guess I don't have a separate playlist for that, but I could. I could if I wanted to. Let's go load back into Last Epoch at this point. I want to play more, please. In case anyone is just now tuning in, we took down Uber Aberoth today, which is super fucking satisfying. I'm very happy with that. Amazing. It's cool. There we go. Beautiful. And then I'll make a whole bunch of chapters for that too. I can close all these tabs, right? I hope so. What would I say is the best 2000 corruption speed farmer? I don't know. I think the best 2000 corruption speed farmer is one that you enjoy playing because it sounds like you're going to be there for a while. Chat, what do you think? What's the best 2000 corruption speed farmer? Pew pew. The answer is always Falconer. Yeah, it probably is. Yeah, probably. Who's this? Let's go see if we know anyone. Who's this person? Sleeping Dogi? Sleeping Dogi, are you in Twitch chat? Who are you? Inos? Alright. What are we doing here? Item factions, this thing. Hi. Hi. What's going on? We have a pretty good sword. Not really gonna get much better. Oh, are you actually? No way. That's so cool. My wand is not good. What do I do about that? Aw. Look at that. It's a little party. Whee! Don't let me leave out the fact that I killed Uber Aberoth during an attempt to demonstrate that my character was not yet ready for Uber Aberoth. True. Man, that was so fucking exciting. So good. We could get damage on our Null Portent by having Electrify on hit. I think the biggest thing we're missing is just like a good wand. Now, like, looking for Exalted Wands seems like a terrible choice. I'm gonna do it, but it seems like a terrible choice. So, I am going to do it.
It would be my pleasure
Wonderful.
to satisfy your curiosity.
Yeah.
Exalted Wands, baby. I guess I could technically look for like unique wands, but I'm really not going to. Yeah, we did it. It was sick. A double T7 imprints? No, I don't think so. So right now I have imprinted. Whoops. This thing which is like triple tier 6. It's the one that I'm using. Yeah, for wands. Can you search for double tier 7s? Let's see. I got double T6. Double T6. Oh, here we go. Yeah, alright. We can just like do a double T7 instead. Click. Alright. Put this bad boy over here. I guess that bug's been fixed, but it doesn't matter. And I guess if we're doing that, then we can just... It's so weird. Like, I said that I feel like COF is, like, kind of nerfed. And, like, it really is. It really is kind of nerfed. 4%, 1% more there. Let's go back here. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do. Bonk. So that was our turtle. This is caches. Okay, so we'll do some caches, we'll do this, and we'll place like another volley with a bunch of caches around it. So, sounds good. Okay, so I guess we're just cash farming, dude. Yeah, like how come Merchants Guild gets to be Merchants Guild and also gets to be CWEF at the same time? What's the deal? Which is awesome. Why is that awesome? What's the point of COF?
I won't go back. My research wasted.
Rain belt. Maybe COF should just be a basic feature of the game. Maybe imprints should be COF only. Like, COF is already, like, just garbage compared to Merchants Guild. Why did we just let Merchants Guild do what COF does as well? Those pesky Merchants Guild gamers. Punk. What we grabbing here? Do a basic feature of the game, then if you want to do SSF, do it. So just like no benefit to SSF? I don't know. If there's no benefit to SSF, then the entire experiment of like having the two different item factions has failed. And like maybe it is a failure. Maybe it's just not good, right? Can I go attack speed? Like this. What a fucking sick Aurelius we have. You'll never play COF, so it's nice that I get to play COF and Merchant Guild at the same time. Yeah, it is nice. Yeah, what the fuck? It's too nice. Doesn't imprinting just feel like a CWEP thing though? Listen, I'm an instigator. I'm a hater. Biased. But also, I'm kind of right. Yeah, just buy it at the bazaar. Like, what the fuck?
Yeah. Stand down.
Imprinting is great. Huge fan of imprinting. But it makes you wonder why there's a difference between Merchant's Guild and CWEF. Because it feels like if you were to slot it into one of those two places, you would definitely slot it into CWEF. Like, if I laid out to you that, like, here's this Merchant's Guild thing, it gets no bonuses, but you get to trade. And then here's this other thing where, like, you don't get to trade, but you get all these drop rate bonuses. If I described to you exactly how it works, and then at the very end, I said, hey, by the way, there is this imprinting system that exists. Which faction do you think it belongs to? Every single person would say CWEP, right?
Stand down or die.
Every single person would be like, oh yeah, that's obviously a CWEP thing. Like, if there's a delineation, then that's it. So why do both sides get it? Either why do both sides get it, or why are there two sides? Should there be exclusive content like bosses or dungeons? No, I don't think so. Maybe, but I don't think so. Kind of interesting to think about.
Yeah.
Got him. They gave the better Magic Find tools to trade. Yeah. That's boring. The factions are how you get your gear. Correct. If you want to get your gear from trade, you shouldn't get to target farm. Correct! Correct! Alright. Shadow Map gets it. Done. Okay. What is imprinting? I've never played Merchant's Guild. Ah! I don't know if you're joking, but that is the perfect joke to make. Yeah, imprinting is these imprints over here. Merchant's Guild is more fun. You can't tell other people that they're having fun, wrong? Unless they're like harming people, you can't really do that. People have fun in different ways. Build seems nuts. I love this build. Exclamation point build. I guess I can update the exclamation point build as well. Because we're using a wand right now. My opinion is correct. Oh my god. The timeout redemption as well? Listen, man. My hands are tied. I don't know what to tell you. You don't see many Sorks these days? True. Echoed by the hour video that we just recorded, right? Boop. Get rid of these things. You play games to trade, so Merchant Guild is the only option. You want to find shiny things and sell them.
Yeah.
CWF should be a faction for everyone. Then you should have SSF or trade. So, item factions are item factions. They are not SSF. That is a common misunderstanding, which we unfortunately propagate constantly. And also is a symptom of Path of Exile existing and having a large crossover. Like, SSF means no friends. Or rather, it means you're not playing with your friends. That is not what COF represents. COF is an item faction. It represents where you want your items to come from. It's like a 1 second timeout. It's not a 1 second timeout. Should I untime the mount? Are you regretting what you did? Alright, come back. Can I go back to like 3 hours ago? Is Ignite Smite as viable as Electrify? I don't think so. I think Electrify is just better. Is there an archetype that I run in the game that's not currently in the game? Probably, but I'm not sure. Let me think about it. Dude, this is the best the game has ever been. Big mood. Totally agree with you. Electrify is better because the paladin pads. Electrify is better because you get crit multi, give you more damage, and also like, you were talking about Smite, right? Yeah, you said Smite. You get these nodes over here, so you get like bonus penetration, bonus duration, right? And then you also get the crit multi scaling. Electrify gets to benefit. Like here's a good example right here, right? My build gets the Electrify chance and Ignite chance. An Ignite build only gets Ignite chance. It doesn't get this. I want to go back to something. I'm dumb and my brain is slow. So this is like somebody says something and then like 3 hours later you think of a good response to it. Blade Master or Blade Dancer, bees. Here's a thought for you, okay? So Bina was in here, and Bina's part of the Max Roll team. And he thought that Twitch chat was the right place to talk. So we talked. And he said, don't you feel as though it's a good choice to have Max Roll vet builds and then post their build guides so people have like, you know, one place that they can go. Like they're vetting builds and they're like, oh, I see that content creator made a build, so I'm gonna vet it and then I'm gonna make my own build guide and put it on Max Roll. And he said, isn't that a good thing to do? And now that sentence has like bounced around the back of my mind for 2 or 3 hours, that's a terrible idea. What the fuck? That's the way. Like I'm sitting here like, wait, that's like, isn't that a good idea? And I remember what I said because I could go back and watch the video. Okay, listen, if you're here, repeat what you said. I appreciate it. Joe Stein, thanks to the Prime. Welcome. But like, doesn't that just cement max roll as a source of truth? It's good for max roll. It is good for max roll. True. It's bad for everyone who's not max roll. No, it's bad for content creators who want max roll. So like this is a niche problem that like other people may not have, but it's the source of my salt because I'm a human being and I'm salty sometimes. I'm gonna go kill some more monsters. Listen, if I said it wrong, correct me. You're the source of truth. I don't know, man. If a build is absolutely meta, turns out to be like one of the best builds of the patch. Should we not cover it? Should we not make a build guide for it? So like, you should.
You will take my place.
You should do that.
Out of mana.
Oh. But that's the problem. The whole point of the conversation that we had before, kind of one-sided. Because I got a microphone and you don't, and I understand that that's an imbalance, but let me continue. The whole point was like, I hate the game. I don't hate the player. My French Canadian ass doesn't know the English word for this. Let me go translate. Chat, how could you not like Bino? Like... Well, it's not theft, right? It's just like, it's like a meta build. What Bina said, he didn't say every single build. He said like, if a build is strong enough and it becomes meta and it's popular, and like lots of people are playing it, lots of people are talking about it, should Max Roll make a build guide for it? And I think the answer is yes. Right? But I also think that's the whole problem, isn't it? Like that's just like Max Roll becoming like the source of truth. And then all of a sudden, every time a casual person sees that build, they're like, oh, it's the Max Roll build. And like, listen, so this recently came up, what, like yesterday or like the day before with the Time Rod, or no, not with the Time Rod. I don't know if the Time Rod build has any kind of name on it, because to me it does, but maybe Volca didn't care, I don't know. But with the Serpent Strike build, so apparently the Serpent Strike build has Rhodey's name on it, which is great. First of all, because I like Rhodey. He's a cool guy. I like him. And like, he's been playing Serpent Strike, and I don't know anybody who's been playing Serpent Strike. Like, I don't even play Serpent Strike anymore.
Stand down or die.
Like, it's just like super melee. It's tanky, but like it's super melee, right? And like, yeah, like it's nice that there's his name on it. But like, no one's gonna be like, oh, it's fucking Rhodey's build. Like, no one says that. Not really Maxwell, just reporting on the current events like the news, but you have to take the news with a grain of salt. Sure. One thing I dislike the most about that is offline. Oh, the offline client. Oh yeah, totally agree with the offline client. Like, I've complained about Max Roll, and like I will because I'm okay talking about it. And I've complained about like content creators being in the CT program, which, full transparency, I am a content creator in the CT program as well. But like, something that I don't make fun of enough, or that I don't talk about enough, is the offline client. Like, I'm gonna keep working on this character, and like, I wanted to try out the boots, I wanted to try out the wand, I wanted to try out the Uber Aberoth, and I wanted to try these things out to like learn about the build. But like, if you're a new content creator, and again, I keep coming back to content creators as like, you know, a very small issue. Because like, there's a lot of people out there who aren't content creators, way more than who are. But like, if you're a content creator in Last Epoch, what should you do? You should be willing to try things offline, right? And you should try to get in the CT program because then you have early access to things. And you should make build guides that cover someone else's build guide, which is kind of just social media, right? Like all of social media is just like take that person's joke and try to make it louder or funnier so that you get attribution for it. So what Gav said there is right. And like, so like, listen, when you dig down into this, soon, we're going to get to, I'm going to start saying like capitalism is bad. Very, very quickly, we're going to get all the way back to the root problem of capitalism is bad. But like, we're kind of critiquing social media, aren't we? Right? Just like take someone else's build. Capitalism is bad. I'm with you there. So what Gavarian just said there in chat, he said it's a feedback loop basically. If it's meta, it is meta, so it's on Maxroll, so people play it, so it's more popular, so it's credited to Maxroll. And like again, like I've said a long time ago, and I said earlier today, and I'm going to say it again. I like the individual people who are on Maxroll. I also like people being paid for their work. Amazonian, you were asking for it. I love both those things. Like I like the people, I like people getting paid for their work. But like the construct of Maxroll, the website existing, in addition to all the other things, in addition to like they have an official partnership with the Ishi and they get early access to information to put on their website. They have like the special NDA in addition to the CT NDA. I guess even like the fact that they are paid, because like they have like financial incentive to do this. Like it's no longer just like a passion project, right? It's like it's their job. And it's like all the other content creators are like, well, what the fuck?
Yeah.
It is kind of a critique of the whole system.
Yeah.
And like, should it not exist? I don't fucking know, dude. I'm not EHG. Don't ask me.
Ha.
If it's not Maxroll, it's Icy Veins. Well, thank God it's Maxroll then. Woo! Yeah, listen, like if I don't bottle the water and sell it to people, someone else is going to bottle the water and sell it to people. You can't hate me for it. And just like that, capitalism's bad. Swish. So let's fix this thing. This is like the worst idols in the world. I can't believe I'm still using these. Yeah, if I'm not gonna do it, someone else is gonna do it. How's it going? It's wonderful. Had a good day today. A lot of fun topics of conversation. Took down Uber Aberoth. Yeah. Got good damage and good survivability on our build. We recorded a video today. Only an hour or so long. It'll go up in the morning. Very exciting stuff. I feel great. Pina's got a point. No one really owns a build. Yeah, totally agree with you. Build ownership is silly. I made a joke about Magic the Gathering before. And I made a joke about Legos. And I'll make the joke again in case you didn't hear the analogy. When it comes to an action RPG, there's only so many things in the box. There's only so many toys because the developers have added those toys into the game. And when it comes to like Magic the Gathering, like especially in like a standard format where like there's only 3 sets or whatever you have these days, like you only have so many cards. And some of the cards are garbage and some of the cards are good. And if you put the good black cards along with the good black cards, you put some swamps in your deck, you have a good build. And like you kind of have like these Legos, like these pre-constructed things that go together and they just kind of make sense. So like if you look at the word electrify and you just click on all the nodes that say that have the word electrify on them, and then you scale lightning damage, and you scale crit multi because you're a paladin, and there's an electrified node that has crit multi on it. Like, it's a good build, but like it's not like some big brain build, right? So I agree in that regard. That build ownership is like tenuous at best, which is why I was happy to shout out Frozen Sentinel during that video, because like that build that Frozen Sentinel put together, like someone else could have figured it out. Maybe someone else was figuring it out, but like he figured it out early. He had an idea. He was very excited about it. It's like a lot of moving pieces, a lot of like new ideas. He used like a new amulet and a new affix that was just now added to the game. And like he's already got a platform, so like he's popular enough. So like, yeah, like if you want to put his name on that build, you could call it something different. You can call it Branded Deception Mana Guide. But like, it's sweet. It's a really cool build. Like that kind of thing, I don't really have an issue with putting someone's name on that. A month from now or a year from now, I'm not gonna put his name on it. But like right now I will. Because like it's cool. You have a question. I'm listening. What is bad? I'm listening. What is bad about having me, Lizard, Volca, Tarek, and Amaranthi studying the game, testing, and writing guides about the ones that we deem worthwhile? Nothing. Nothing's bad about that.
Yeah.
CTX is weird about it, but like, it's their company. They can do whatever they want. You think content creators in the CT program reduces retention? You think so? I like hot takes. That looks like a hot take to me. I'm not sure that's true. When EHE releases the season, content creators already figured out the entire game and they publish the build, destroy all new content as quickly as possible. Yeah, so we know with examples that there are builds that were not discovered during CT. So in transparency, per NDA, I can't tell you things that happened in CT. But I can tell you that, for example, the Time Rot Javelin build surfaced like 2.5 weeks into the patch. If that build had been, if that build had been more prevalent in the CT program, for example, I expect or think that people would have started playing that build before like 2 or 3 weeks into the patch.
Or die.
So like with deductive reasoning, you might expect that that's a good example. Or like if there's a hot new build that shows up on YouTube tomorrow morning, for example, like there's a good chance that it wasn't found during CT. Because like if it was found CT, someone would have talked about it already. Let me scroll back up real quick. Last Debug Tools is basically a wiki build planner that anyone can post builds to. Maxroll is mainly for content creators to use. Maxroll is kind of like AGN. So what Bina said as a follow-up to that is true. Again, I'm not affiliated with Last Debug Tools in any way, shape, or form. And as a counterpoint to like the IGN thing, Maxroll has a section of their website for like community builds. So if people wanted to, they could go to Maxroll and post their build on Maxroll instead of posting their build on lastdebugtools.com. LastDebugTools.com, I can tell you, like, there's 2 different sections for build guides there. There's a section for written build guides, which are build guides that people expressly write and then post onto LastDebugTools.com. That has the equivalent of existing on Maxroll as well, by the way. And then Last Debug Tools also crawls YouTube. And any video on YouTube for Last Epoch that is like a build guide of some sort will be picked up by the LE Tools YouTube crawler, and the YouTube video will be linked there. And then, like, if there's a build planner there as well, it integrates with the build planner and it pulls in, like, you know, what mastery is it, or like what uniques does it use or something like that. So like there's a tiny bit of cross integration because most people post using lastdebugtools.com build planners. So that's kind of what that landscape looks like, right? Into the cemetery. Does it pick up the Maxroll YouTube stuff? No, it does not. Intentionally. Now again, if you want to know more about like the intentions or emotions or what Dammit feels about this, you'd have to ask him personally. I don't know emotions, I don't know intent, I can just tell you what happens. All I can tell you is facts. I do not know. Oops. Ouch. Get the lizard. Do I have Smite MTX? Do I ever? Oh my god, it's so pretty. I'm using like the cosmic one or whatever.
Mana courses through me. I must break free.
A 3 LP? Amazing. You know what? I'm never going to use this thing in my life. Get out of here. Wait. Oh. Did I kill the boss? I literally just walked past the boss. Huh. That's how you know it's a good build, chat. But, whoops. Bum, 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 bum. Should I place some? I guess I can place some. I'll put it over here, maybe. Where's Folly? And this one, Unclaimed Trove. I wish I could like shift click or something, or like hold down Control and then like place a whole bunch of them. That'd be really nice. Like shift, bum. Quick, somebody make some feedback. Sure. If that, so it's a tier 3, 4, 5. So it might hit 5. I don't know. It's fine enough. Boop.
Yeah.
That sounds sketchier than Max Roll. The fact that it's crawling YouTube. Bum, 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 bum. Oh, sure, let's see. I don't want to divert my traffic to Max Roll and promote it and its creators in that way. No.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna use these things. I really should have hid like a lot of Weaver's Will items in the past. Who got banned? What do you mean? Yeah. Yeah, what niche says there? I don't know. Like if you're asking for intent or emotions or something, I'm not a good person to ask about someone else's intent. I simply do not know.
Stand down or die.
What's this thing? Flat health? Nope.
Stand down or die. Yeah.
Bum, 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 bum. I'm kind of silent because we're still on the topic of like someone else's emotions. Why is it my new favorite build? It makes my brain happy basically. So we the story behind this build is that we were putting it together and like a bunch of people in chat were like chipping in like, hey, why not try this? Hey, why not try that? So it was like a nice collaborative build in that way, which makes my brain very happy. We discovered some intricacies of the build. Things that are better than they seem, things that are worse than they seem. So that was fun as well. It's like a nice story to the build. The build went through multiple iterations. Once again, talking about like the story of the build. On a significantly more superficial level, it's really pretty. Pew, 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 pew. I love it. I love the aesthetic. Got good clear speed. Kind of a nice streamer build. Like it doesn't really take much targeting, right? One of the things that stands out to me about this build as something that I really enjoy is that, like, dual wield builds in Last Epoch, like, man, why do they have a built-in penalty? Why do they have a built-in penalty? I do not know. So like dual wield, like a dual wield paladin, like that's so squishy. But we dedicated ourselves to like finding some good defenses and building into them, and like we're sacrificing like a little bit of damage, especially in our mastery, to get like extra defenses. But like we killed Uber and like it didn't take forever. Like it was slow, but it didn't take forever.
Down or
Like we
die.
obviously have damage. Our damage ticks on the dummy are like 7 mil, which is great. And then I like our defenses. Being a dual wield build and like feeling like we're making a good choice in doing so is wild. Wild. Did I use a shield? Nope, did not use a shield.
This broken world will not mourn you.
There's no main hand offhand shenanigans in Last Epoch. Everything in Last Epoch is a stat stick. Every single thing.
All paths lead to Alberon.
Oops. Every single thing is a stat stick. Go here again. How does one know their damage in the dummy? You punch the dummy. For damage over time builds, it's very easy. You just look for the biggest number that pops up. So damage over time ticks twice per second. So if my damage tick is like 7 mil, then if it ticks twice, it's like 14 million DPS. If I'm allowed to stand still and ramp, you know what I mean? And like, you can't always stand still and ramp. But that's why defenses are important, right? If I have enough defense, that means I can stand still, ramp, and get to that damage number. Yes. Yes, FaZe.
To fight. Ash is all they deserve.
Or die.
I can still fight.
Boop. So here's my example of why I like this build. I'll show you. It seems OP. It's strong. It's real. I'll show you why I like this build. Ready? Up.
The epoch, I will have it.
Let me try that again real quick. Hold on. Well, hold on. Did I change something? We've already done this demonstration. What did I change? Oh, you know what I might have done? I might have punched her once or twice. Let's try that one more time. Boop.
The epoch, I will have it.
What did we change? What unique is a must? Aurelius, maybe? Was it from Frailty? Oh, maybe it was from Frailty. Because okay, maybe that's why. Less endurance. No, we have more life than we used to. Like, this is important, because like we've literally done this demonstration before.
Yeah.
Oh, I should just click the other button that shows up. I'm an idiot. Bum, 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 bum. It's endurance. No one got 60.
Reebok, I will have it.
There we go. Okay. Listen.
Still so much to learn.
So we got to hit her a couple times. Done. I have no items to make right now. Yeah, just like you just stand there. I didn't give you my favorite part, you bastard. The point is, we're dual wielding and also we're tanky. Which is amazing. It's so good. I love that. That was the point that I was trying to make. My hopes for season 3. So for those of you out of the loop, season 3. Season 3 will be an update to Necromancer. So like maybe there's a minion build that I want to play someday. Not likely, but maybe. It's also an update to Lich. It's like Lich is a cool class. It is fun and interesting. It's just old. So we'll see what happens there.
Stand down or die.
Speedy boots on. We also know that it's going to be some kind of a return to the primordial era. So maybe something fun and interesting happens with, like, you know, dinosaurs and shit. We've heard the word primordial unique thrown around in the past. So we don't know what those are, but they could be the druid final form. What do you mean? What do you mean final form? And maybe primordial uniques are like a new and interesting way to build characters or craft or something. Yeah, that's what everyone says about the dinosaur stuff. Like, it's beautiful, it's vibrant, it's like bright colors and green, lush scenery. Like, everybody loves it. Very common feedback that, like, hey, why don't you just do more with this?
They would cage us all.
Wand. Maybe wands, I don't know. Oh, that grants skills you can spec into? God, that'd be sick. Like, I want, you know, I want bug fixes, and I want skill balance. I do, I promise I do. But I'm also like a crow. I do like shiny new things, Chet. Love shiny new things. Huge fan. Bond. Single exalt. Yeah, that's a good question. I like that question. Why are they like dark and dreary that have like colorful standouts instead of the opposite? Good question. I don't know. I should make a rule. Recolor item type one-handed wands with affix what else can they roll? It's like any of these things, right? Any of those advanced with 2 of them. Yeah. Wands. So that's double T7s. Got it. I got my double T6 wand already. Now I want one bigger.
Stand down or die.
You hope season 3 gives us the rest of the story? Maybe. What's this? T7 Ignite. I guess like 7 and 6. Like 7 and 6 would be okay, right? I could make a more precise rule that shows exactly what I want. But that sounds boring, so I'm not going to.
Stand down or die.
Capitalism bad. We did it, chat. We finally got there.
Stand down or die.
I DM'd you a build. Keep it under wraps.
Stand down or die.
As long as somebody else is thinking the joke, I don't have to say the joke. Right? Good.
Stand down.
Conflagrating.
Die.
Oh, large? It's 18% ignite chance? Okay.
Stand down or die.
This is 18 ignites. 18 with health. Just increased damage. Is this thing fine? It's 4 and 1 with 1 crit multi. Now that someone pointed out that Sentinel idols are just garbage unless you're a VK, I can't unsee it. They fixed the bug. What bug was there? Are you just saying like bug facetiously? Yeah, we talked to Rhodey a bit before Max Roll picked it up and made a build guide, and then everyone in chat came to tell me about it. I'm aware. I get it. Boop. We have 3 more to go here. All right. Okay, so Twitch chat. Twitch chat has to judge based off of my reaction. Those two words don't normally go together. You know, like the word and then also good. Valinov, I'm shocked at that damage. That is a bit of damage. Yeah. It's so good. I love damage. What a tease. I don't smile a silly smile every time someone shows me a build. But like, that was cool.
Or die.
That was a cool little demonstration that just popped up on my second monitor there. I love that. Is Cinder Strike dealing damage? If that's it. You're starting to figure it out, aren't you? I wish Disintegrate could do that much damage. Yeah, you and everybody else, unfortunately. Disintegrates is like, it's like this fan favorite skill that got updated and is garbage. Like, it kills monsters, it's fine. Like, you can make Disintegrate, like you can even make a Disintegrate build guide. But I don't think anyone's gonna steal your build guide. What's this shiny build? Oh my god. I know! That's what I'm saying, dude! You'll spoil it in Discord? Beautiful. So I guess like none of these wands matter, right? Cause like I want double T6 or something, or T6-7, which should be possible, right?
Yeah.
I think we're done here, right? Okay, what if next season we got a unique relic that give us skills from other classes or some other kind of equipment slots? Yeah, what if? Sounds sweet to me. Was that you, Phased? Someone said, like, what if primordial uniques give you like an equipable skill that you can spec into? I don't know, what if? Sounds awesome to me.
Yeah.
Chet, every time that you have a sweet idea about Last
Stand
Epoch,
down or
just
die.
like write it down in your journal or something. Write it down in like a notepad document. Like just in case you ever make a video game. But yeah, that is sick. Hold up.
Ha!
And put it into the suggestions. Yeah, true. People used to love, and probably still do, coming up with like Path of Exile leagues, like league ideas. So yeah, like spend your time, come up with league ideas for Path of Exile. But like, also, if you like it this much, how's your D&D campaign going? Or like, I don't know, make a game.
Yeah.
People used to love Path of Exile leagues. Sad. Some of you did start making a game? Yeah, that's exactly what I'm saying it though, guy. Like, I know that I'm kind of describing what you've done in the past, but like, I think it's great. I want to encourage more people to do that. It's so cool.
I cannot be contained. Oh, I must break free.
Ooh, Havoc.
You won't kill me.
There's a JRPG that you wanted to play, but it didn't exist. Okay, so what were you trying to reimagine as a waifu? Like, what if your spells were waifus? Like, you summon a fireball, and then it goes like, ooh. I hear you. It's a cool idea.
Bring them to me.
A wrong warp. All right. Last one here. You wanted Final Fantasy X, but fulfilling a lot of the promises it didn't make, or that it makes and doesn't deliver on, like build customization. Interesting.
Stand down or die.
My wand is just like so mediocre. Like it's fine. It's like double T6, but like it could be better. One of the T6s is like ignite chance, and I really don't want to like waste a T6 on ignite chance. If it has to be double T6, it's got to be double T6 prefixes. Or like a 7 prefix and a 6 suffix, maybe? I don't know.
Stand down or die.
Cold as death. Vengeful ride.
That guy looks like he's going to deal way more damage than he actually does. He channels up like this big one shot and then just like hits you for 100 damage. Was life? No. Is this a better way to farm than grabbing a bunch of Exalted Wand prophecies? Think so? Impressed by JRPG demo for a game someone solo developed. I might like it. It's clearly love letter to the OG Final Fantasy VII. God bless. I love the OG Final Fantasy VII. It's so good. There's a 2 LP Aurelius, but like I already have one that's really good. Click. Yeah, it's true.
Eternal flames
Bonk.
burns.
Do.
This broken world will not mourn you. Avaroth will end.
313. Better. Beep up, beep up, beep up, beep up. There's no wand MTX that I know about. So my wand looks like an axe. Because the axe MTX is pretty cool. But I think the sword looks good enough by itself. It's even got like the electricity going on it. Pretty cool. Alright, chat, it is 9 o'clock. We've been live for only 4 hours, as it turns out. That's weird. I feel like we've been live for longer than that. We recorded a nice long video, an hour-long video today talking about arena builds, which was sweet. And then we talked at length about max roll, content creation, stuff like that. Which is interesting, and like I'm willing to talk about it, so I'm glad that it popped up in the conversation. I will post this onto YouTube. I need to make a lot of chapters for it as well, and I'm kind of slow getting to it, so we'll see. The podcast should be up if you missed it. Today's Sunday, I believe. Today's Sunday. Okay, so the podcast goes up tomorrow, right? So we had a nice podcast with Dread talking about Uber Aberoth this past Friday. That's up on Spotify right now. It should be on YouTube tomorrow. Or you can check my YouTube VODs as well. It should be hosted there. let's find someone who's playing some video games. We'll give them a little host arena and see what they're up to. Who's doing what? Bum, 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 bum. Doom, bum, 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 bum. Let's see. I see a couple friendly faces out there. Who is this person? I do like hosting new people. You want to see what this person's doing? They've been live for 45 hours. Nope. Not gonna host that person. What? What does that mean? What does it mean 45 hours being live? Alright, let's go see what this person's doing. This person is... Waterboard Ronin. What a username. They're playing some kind of Healing Hands build. Maybe Shield Bash. Maybe something else. Playing a Paladin. We like Paladin builds around here. We're like that. Alright, I don't know this person. I can't vouch for them, but I do like meeting new people. It is a pastime of mine. So let's go see what this person's up to. Looks like they're having a good time playing a Paladin right now. And I will see you next time, chat. Have a good night.